For the Deputy Lord Mayor of Perth, Mr Bruce Reynolds.
Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the City of Perth March 2025 Ordinary Council meeting. I formally declare this meeting open at 5 o'clock exactly. I'd also respectfully like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land in which we meet, the Whadjuk Noongar people of Western Australia, and pay my respects to elders past and present. It is a privilege to be standing on Whadjuk Noongar country. CEO, could you please recite the prayer?
Almighty God, under whose providence we hold responsibility for this city, grant us wisdom to understand its present needs, foresight to anticipate its future growth, and grace to serve our fellow citizens with integrity and selfless devotion. And to thee be all blessing and glory forever. Amen.
Amen. Please be seated. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please note that in accordance with Local Government Act 1995, this meeting is being live streamed and the recording will be made available on the City's website following the meeting. In attendance we have today, in alphabetical order, Councillor Clyde Bevan, Councillor Raj Doshi, Councillor David Gonsalves, Councillor Liam Gobbett, Councillor Victor Coe, Councillor Catherine Leeser, and Councillor Steve Wallard. In addition, I welcome officers, members of the public and any media that may be in attendance. Item 3.1, apologies and leave of absence. Councillor Coe is on a leave of absence until the 5th of May, but we note that he is in attendance as well, so thank you for coming along, Councillor Coe. Applications for leave of absence. A leave of absence application has been received. No, there has been no applications of a leave of absence. So, are there any from the floor? So we don't need to move that, we can just move across. Okay, acknowledgements. Can elected members please acknowledge that you have had sufficient time to read and consider the agenda items presented this evening? Thank you. I'd also like to remind everybody that to ensure concentration and attention is given to the Ordinary Council meeting, please refrain from using your mobile phones with the exception of emergencies. And also, if councillors can leave their phones away from the microphones, as sometimes that does cause interference. As we do have a large gallery today, I will point out that in the event of an emergency, please pay attention and directions given by the City of Perth staff. And now on to item 4, acknowledgements by the Deputy Lord Mayor. Okay, so as I look across the chamber today and I've read through the deputations and many of the questions submitted to administration, I have to say that I am actually very proud. I'm proud of every resident, every community member and every stakeholder who has taken the time to be heard and to help shape the direction of our city. The art of democracy is to take counsel from many voices, and the weight of those voices help shape our decisions, not just politically but ethically. As councillors, we are all here to serve. We serve our communities and the broader voice of Perth. We are not and should not, and we are not governed by politicking, we are governed by principle. And as our oath reminds us of this, at the end of the day, we're all seeking to do the right thing. With that in mind, I look forward to hearing your voices today, and I am sure Council will and can respond to your questions and concerns with the care and clarity that they deserve. With the two issues of significant concern that have been raised loud and clear by community around public safety and public art, just last night, as Council, we spent more than 2 hours in constructive discussion around motions and administration's responses to those motions. What came out of those discussions were incredibly valuable, not just in content, but in tone. It showed that we as a chamber are engaged seriously with the concerns of our community and that administration is equally invested in delivering meaningful outcomes. In regards to the community safety motion, with all the information presented to us and in light of the safety forum next week, I've chosen to defer that motion. The administration have indicated that we are not far away from bringing to council a report, which is good news, and from that and our safety forum next week, and by listening to our stakeholders, we'll be better informed to find better solutions. My goal has always been to improve, to evolve and to seek solutions for the right reasons. And this is a chance to listen, to sharpen our thinking and to build a stronger, more coordinated way forward. Next week we hold a public forum bringing together WA Police, state government stakeholders, community voices and the city. And this will be a powerful moment. One where we hear directly from those on the ground and those affected every day. And that's the kind of collaboration that leads to strategic, lasting solutions. It would be therefore premature to vote tonight before hearing what comes from that room and what comes from the City Safety Report. This is a moving item and we have to get this right. I'd also want to respectfully acknowledge the many initiatives now being surfaced and now being brought to the table by administration. I thank them for engaging with us in depth. Motions start conversations and conversations create momentum, and from that momentum progress can emerge. I've also listened to my fellow councillors and I appreciate their thoughtful feedback and concerns. And that's the strength of our chamber. Respectful challenge that sharpens ideals. What is important now as we focus on solutions, we look for solutions and we must acknowledge that lots of the approaches have worked, but we can and look for more to do. There is opportunity, ideas and seeking solutions and ways of thinking. These, as we know, are complex and sensitive issues, but with humility, planning and a willingness to learn from cities and places that have done this well, I believe we can do better. Let's lead with clarity, courage and compassion, and let's build the city this help build the city our community deserves. Before I close, I also want to take a moment to thank someone who has played a crucial role in helping me navigate this transition and moving into the transition of the role of fulfilling the obligations of Lord Mayor. And I've worked with a lot of good people in my career, hardworking, smart, capable people, but right near the top of that list is someone, while I don't always agree with, have earned my absolute respect. Up here on deck, she is working 90 to the dozen, always moving things, always keeping the wheels turning, and at the end of each chamber, I'm sure she heads home for a well-earned rest. So, of course, I'm talking about Charlie Clark, our Head of Governance. Charlie, your professionalism, your deep knowledge of governance, and your consistency and commitment to making the city function smoothly has not gone unnoticed. On behalf of myself, and I'm sure many around this table, I want to thank you publicly for the work you do and the help that you've given to the city. So, with that, I'd just like to say thank you and embarrass you. Sorry about that. And lastly, while we're on the topic of leadership, I want to take a moment to acknowledge, and I do apologise for the length of this one. They won't all be like this, but we do have a couple of items tonight, and so we can see from the attendance, we do need to take that time. So whilst on the topic of leadership, I want to take a moment to acknowledge someone who has recently completed his term in this chamber and is now stepping into the role as a state MP and leader of the opposition. 5 years ago, Basil Zemflis was elected as Lord Mayor of Perth, and the list of achievements have been well documented, and I'm sure they'll all feature again in the coming weeks in the top 10 list of the West. But I want to reflect briefly on the Basil that we got to know, because when you work in the trenches with someone, you get them. In a world where no one is perfect, but we all do have some strengths, and Basil brought some clear ones to the table. There are many, but I've identified 4 of his superpowers that I'd like to share with you. Number 1 is positivity. Basil's default setting is optimism. He handles bad news better than anyone I've ever met. He doesn't get bogged down, he gets motivated. And I look to take that with me. Number 2 is learning from mistakes. And like all of us, Basil has done things he might have done differently. But his ability to learn, pivot, and not make the same mistake twice is something we deeply respect. Number 3 is communication. He prides himself on making his point clearly. And whether you agree or disagree, you always know where Basil stands. And number 4, for me, which is the most important one, is decency. And this one, in all the Lord Mayor's hype, sometimes gets overlooked, but not to those who truly know him. Basil, at his core, is a good man. A decent, loyal, family-first bloke who always brings his energy and his heart to the job. So we're going to miss you, Lord Mayor. You left a mark on this place. I thank you personally for all your advice, your mentoring and your help. And if you're watching the live stream tonight, I hope you're proud of everything you've done for the city. Councillors, if you could all turn, and administration, if you all turn your light on, And if we all stand, and the gallery can stand. And if you're watching, Lord Mayor, 3 cheers to our Lord Mayor. Hip hip. Hooray. Hip hip. Hooray. Hip hip. Hooray. Thank you very much. All righty, we're done. Now where are we? Okay. Point 5 is disclosures of interests. Item 5 on the agenda is our disclosures of interest. CEO, can you please detail the interests which have been disclosed?
Yes, Deputy Lord Mayor, the following interests have been disclosed. Councillor Liam Gobbett has disclosed impartiality interest in item 16.1 as he attended Lightscape 2023 in his capacity as Deputy Lord Mayor representing the city. He attended the Lightscape 2024 in accordance with the attendance at events policy. No association has been formed and this represents an impartiality interest only. Councillor Victor Coe has disclosed a proximity interest in item 16.1 as he owns a property at 108 Terrace Road, East Perth. Councillor Stephen Wellard has disclosed an impartiality interest in item 16.1 as he is still a board member of Perth Frontrunners who held events at Elizabeth Quay and the city throughout the month of November. Councillor Catherine Leeser has disclosed an impartiality interest in item 16.2 for consistency and completeness. She is a councillor on Heritage Council of WA. Councillor Catherine Leeser has disclosed an impartiality interest in item 19.5 for consistency and completeness. She has disclosed that she is a councillor on the Heritage Council of WA. Councillor Catherine Leeser has disclosed a proximity interest in item 19.6 as Royal Street Car Park is adjacent to land as closely associated person to her has an interest. And then finally, Councillor David Gonsalves has reported a impartiality interest in relation to Deputations 19.5 as Lorena Grant and Joshua Walters are known to them. Thank you very much.
And I'll just add to that from the floor. So I'd just like to declare impartiality because I know John Morrison, Robin Harvey, Leslie Warren, Dave Lee, Shirley Vine, and Helen Curtis in my involvement in East Perth Community Group and other areas.
Thank you, CEO. Thank you, Councillor. Do any other elected members have disclosures of interest from the floor? Okay, thank you. Item 6 is public participation. Responses to public questions previously taken on notice. There is one question from Jason Bowe that was taken on notice at the Ordinary Council meeting on the 25th of February 2025, and this has been responded to in the agenda for this meeting. 6.2 is public question time. Before we commence public question time, I will remind everyone that 15 minutes has been allocated for public question time, and this time is available for asking questions only and not for making statements or expressing personal opinions. In addition, no discussion of the questions or answers are to take place. Questions received with more than 24 hours notice will be responded to first, and for those who have submitted your questions in the last 24 hours, your questions will be included in the minutes of this meeting and a response will be provided in the agenda to the next Ordinary Council meeting. CEO, have we any public questions received with more than 24 hours notice?
Yes, Deputy Lord Mayor, 5 members of the public have submitted public questions.
Thank you, CEO. With that, I would like to ask David Lim, who has submitted questions for tonight's meeting. David, are you in attendance? No, okay, so there we go. David has advised he won't be at this meeting. So David's questions and responses will be provided in the minutes of this meeting. I will now like to invite Michelle Nutting to please step forward. Is Michelle in attendance? Hello, Michelle. Could you please state your name and suburb and then proceed with your questions?
No, damn it, I'll press the button. Don't have to do that again, do I? Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to ask my question. So my question is, will the council consider expanding the scope of motion 19.1 to also include the feasibility and everything that goes with that of the fencing off of a wider area to secure the gardens along Wellington Street, Bennett Street and Hill Street to ensure that the antisocial behaviours don't move into the gardens, onto the footpaths and closer to the surrounding resident buildings. Thank you.
Okay, Michelle, thank you for your questions. I'll pass that through to the CEO.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. If I could invite the General Manager Planning and Sustainability to respond, please.
Through the Deputy Lord Mayor, this motion is specific to exploring feasibility of fencing the Wellington Square Children's Playground as outlined. Should Council amend the motion to consider fencing around the park, the scope, cost and timing of such a piece of work would need to be reconsidered, having regard to the considerations already put forward in 19.1 and have regard to the broader principles of providing accessible and public open spaces that are available for all.
Thank you very much. I would now like to invite Helen Curtis to please step forward. Is Helen in attendance? Yes. Helen, if you could please state your name and suburb and then proceed with your questions. Helen, just a quick one. If you could read all your questions and then we'll respond at the end just to make it a little bit easier for you.
Thank you. I was going to say exactly that. And excuse me, I've just caught a bit of a lurgy today, so I'll stand a bit back. I'll go through all of them at once. There's a few of them. I'm Helen Curtis. I'm at 61 Mary Street, Highgate. The first questions are regarding the ore obelisk and public art removal. Number one, were the three options for the ore obelisk, conservation, relocation or decommissioning, presented to Council as promised in early 2022? 2, were relevant stakeholders and the community consulted on the fate of the ore obelisk before its removal? 3, was a significance assessment undertaken for the ore obelisk before its removal? If so, will the City of Perth make public the results? 4, was a conservation plan developed for the ore obelisk? If so, can it be made publicly available? 5, what is the city's current plan and timeline for the ore obelisk, which has been in storage for 4 years? The next questions are about the Bungie Spaceman installation. Number 6, why was the Bungie Spaceman acquisition approved despite it being a mass-produced artwork inconsistent with Public Art Policy CP 4.8? 7, why did the cost of acquiring and installing the Bungie Spaceman increase from an initial quote of $50,000 approximately to approximately $171,000? Number 8, why is the city funding the artist's travel, accommodation and an opening event linked to a private exhibition? Number 9, was the exhibition of Bungie Spaceman intended to coincide with Brendan Murphy's exhibition at Gallotti Galleries? 10, what is the rationale for placing Bungie Spaceman at Stirling Gardens? How does it align with CP 4.8's requirement that public art respond to local site context? How does it align with the city's conservation management plan for Stirling Gardens? Number 11, did the city consult with the Department of Planning, Lands and Heritage about placing Bungie Spaceman at Stirling Gardens? If so, what was their feedback? 12, why is the city pursuing a temporary location for Bungie Spaceman, knowing that relocation will incur further costs? 13, what is the rationale for placing Bungie Spaceman at Elizabeth Quay? How does it align with CP 4.8's requirement that public art respond to local site context? Where exactly at EQ is that site? The next questions are regarding decommissioning of other public artworks. Number 14, was a structural report completed before the removal of Lorena Grant's arch? If so, can the findings be made public? 15, why was arch removed instead of being repaired in situ when a repair quote under $50,000 was provided? Number 16, what are the city's plans for the 30 sculptures by Greg James and Drago Dadic, formerly installed at Russell Square? 17, what is the plan for the mosaics created through the State Images Community Art Competition at Barrack Square? 18, what is the status and repair timeline for the Water Labyrinth by Yeppie Hine? 19, what is the city's current plan for Grow Your Own by James Angus in Forest Place? The next question's regarding policy and strategy alignment. Number 20, why is the city not operating in line with its own public art strategy, particularly in terms of conservation, transparency and commissioning of new works? 21, has any money from the former Public Art Reserve been allocated to the Bunji Spaceman project? 22, how many new public artworks has the city commissioned since adopting the public art strategy in 2015? 23, why has a public art master plan not been developed as committed in the strategy? 24, why was the public art advisory panel disbanded, and why aren't current advisory groups being consulted on major decisions? Thank you for your time, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Helen. I'll pass that through to the CEO.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for your questions. We will take them on notice.
Okay, thank you very much, CEO. So, Helen, those questions and responses will be provided in the minutes of this meeting accordingly. I will now invite Kate Parker to please step forward. Is Kate here? No, that's okay. So Kate's questions and responses will be provided into the minutes of this meeting. I would now like to invite Neil Harvey to please step forward. Is Neil here? Hello, Neil. Please state your name and your suburb.
Neil Harvey, East Perth. In regard to recent antisocial behaviours in Wellington Square, and in particular the playground, clearly the current strategies are not working. Something new needs to be done. Can the City of Perth please explain, other than investigating the feasibility of a fence around the playground and the basketball courts, what additional options are being considered by the Council to improve safety and accessibility to Wellington Square and the playground? And if the feasibility study goes ahead, how will the City engage with Whadjuk Aboriginal Corporation and elders to ensure that community safety is given priority in the consultation process, given the current state of the park?
Thank you, Neil. Through to the CEO.
Thank you very much. If I could invite the General Manager, Planning and Sustainability to respond, please.
Through the Deputy Lord Mayor, the administration will continue to support and grow the comprehensive strategic and operational engagement between the City, WA Police and relevant state government agencies, including the Department of Communities, regarding the antisocial behaviour in the area. This includes the coordination of patrols and the sharing of information. City Watch will also continue to monitor the city, including this area, and relay issues to WAPOL, rangers, parks, facilities and waste and cleansing, depending on the nature of the issue. The City has a dedicated phone line accessible by any member of the public at any time of the day or night to report issues, or the public can also use the SnapSendSolve app or live chat sessions between 8 a.m. and 6 p.m. Signage, virtual display boards and mobile CCTV cameras will continue to be deployed in an on-demand basis as well. Wellington Square is a state-registered site of significance, meaning any major infrastructure works in the park require consultation with both the Whadjuk Aboriginal Corporation and the City's Elders Advisory Group to gain their support. Since the original design, including the playground, was developed through a co-design process with the Whadjuk Working Group representatives, further engagement is also necessary.
Thank you very much. So, Neil, your questions and responses will be provided in the minutes of this meeting. CEO, do we have any other public questions that have been received prior to or at this meeting?
No, Deputy Lord Mayor. Oh, yes. Actually, I take that back. Yes, we have one question has been received from Glenys Marsden with less than 24 hours notice.
Thank you, CEO. A reminder that those questions will be included in the minutes of this meeting and a response will be provided in the agenda to the next Ordinary Council meeting. Okay. Now we move to 6.3, Deputations. Deputations are normally received at Agenda Briefing Forum. However, as the deputation topics is required to relate to items on the agenda, I have allowed for tonight's deputations to be presented at this meeting as the topics relate to notice of motion items. CEO, are there any deputations?
Yes, Deputy Lord Mayor. One deputation has been received speaking for item 19.1, notice of motion fencing Wellington Square Children's Playground. One deputation has been received speaking for item 19.2, notice of motion Sports Car Street Circuit at Burswood. Two deputations have been received and both are speaking for item 19.3, notice of motion CAT route security. Three deputations have been received, both are speaking for item 19.5, notice of motion strategy for public art conservation, exhibition and acquisition in the City of Perth, and one deputation has been received speaking for item 19.1, notice of motion fencing Wellington Square Children's Playground. 19.2, notice of motion Motorsport Street Circuit at Burswood, and 19.6, notice of motion activate free car parks for Wellington Square event days.
Thank you, CEO. Please reminded that there is a 5-minute limit for deputations. I would now like to invite John Morrison, who is speaking for the recommendation in item 19.1, to please come forward.
Hello. Just checking. My name is John Morrison. I live at 181 Adelaide Terrace, which is the Fairlanes apartment building. I've come today to offer some very simple solutions, and I'm looking for total support by all of the councillors and all of the general managers and everybody that's employed, pardon me, employed by the City of Perth. Just to make it easy, by the way, we've organised for my petition online. You're all welcome to have a copy, by the way. I would appreciate, as I said, the City of Perth to support item 1 of our petition, which is to implement increased security measures, including partial fencing and gated access to these parks, similar to Queen's Gardens, which works very, very well, to enhance public safety and deter anti-social behaviour by everybody. Thank you very much. Oh, sorry, any questions?
Yeah, thank you for your deputation. Do any of the councillors have any questions in relation to this deputation? Councillor Lisa.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, John, for the words. So you're saying your petition, it talks about a partial fencing. How do you propose that might be funded?
I would like to see that jointly funded by the City of Perth and the state government. I think that given past, shall we say, personality issues, this would be a perfect opportunity to kiss and make up and go 50-50. Thank you, John Kerry.
Any other questions from councillors? Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Sorry, Councillor Gonzalez.
Just on the nature of the petition, is it a petition to state government or is it a petition to the City Council?
The petition will be to both parties. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr Morrison. I will now invite Robin Harvey and Mayor Karen Vernon, who are speaking for the recommendation in item 19.2, to please come forward.
Is this what I pressed? I'm going quickly because we've only got 5 minutes. I'm speaking as a resident of Claysbrook and on behalf of the Save Burswood Park Coalition. Firstly, I'd like to thank Catherine Leeser for putting forward the current motion. It gives us an opportunity to speak. The key issue for residents in East Perth, and more particularly in Claysbrook, is the noise that will be produced from this circuit. The noise generated by supercar events has been documented at up to 145 decibels at 30 metres. Our research highlights that the noise on both sides of the river will exceed 100 decibels outside and more than 85 decibels inside. This level exceeds workspace guidelines and is proven to be damaging to both human health and hearing and to wildlife. With this level of noise, many businesses and other facilities will be forced to close due to their duty of care obligations. It's also noted that many outdoor premises within the 55 decibel range will also suffer as they're considered to be in the audible range, which is considered a region of annoyance. This is typically 6 to 10 kilometres. Given our concerns about noise, I'd like to report to you that the published noise management strategy from supercars is leave your house or wear earplugs. Is this an option over 3 days or more for 12 hours a day? We don't think so. There is clearly no mitigation possible. The government has talked a lot about the economic benefits of supercars coming to Perth. Their words are not convincing. For example, analysis of the 2024 Townsville event concluded that the 3-day crowd figures were closer to 30,000 people, not the 127,000 as marketed. This is the same level of attendance as currently occurs at Wanneroo. Furthermore, economic data from both Victoria and New South Wales identified that the benefits of car racing are much less than stated by the relevant organisations. That's an Auditor General report. A major concern for us all should be that the state government has not provided any public information supporting their claims about the tourism and economic benefits of the supercars proposal. Rita Sophiotti has stated that there has been a preliminary review of the Townsville and Gold Coast sites, but no business case, no environmental or acoustic studies, no public consultation. The Tourism Council oppose it. The motorsports fans oppose it. Most local residents oppose it, and yet it is said to be a done deal. We believe, as well as protecting their ratepayers and residents, the City of Perth needs to ask questions about what they will lose if the supercars use up at least $200 million of event funding. What will be left and what will be the economic benefit? Finally, we want to highlight to councillors that this is a permanent circuit, not a temporary street circuit as stated. Mapping of the proposed track highlights that 80% of Burswood Park will be destroyed and asphalt and concrete laid. This will result in the destruction of an entire ecosystem, including 7 documented rare wetlands. I urge councillors to go and view the space. It is a valuable resource to residents and the wider community. I'd provide you with lots more detail. We've got a lot. But given that time is short, I'm asking that the councillors amend the current motion to include that the City of Perth oppose the construction of the proposed motor racing circuit at Burswood on environmental, community health and economic grounds, and condemn the lack of transparency in the current process. Thank you. Now I would like to introduce an important guest, Mayor Karen Vernon from the town of Victoria Park, who we think is a superstar.
Good evening, Deputy Lord Mayor, councillors, City Administration and members of the community. I recognise that time is very brief, as it is for me. If you will bear with me, I have brought a copy of my statement for each of the councillors, together with a copy for all of you of the Burswood Park 20-year vision for Burswood Park, which I would ask that the City's Council Liaison Officer distribute in a moment. On the 18th of February this year, our council opposed, by formal resolution, the construction of a motorsport street circuit at Burswood Park. That was on a number of grounds, but we also equally endorsed our support formally for the Burswood Park Board's 20-year vision. What I want to say to you is that the motorsport street circuit is not a part of the Burswood Park Board's 20-year vision for the future of this area. The vision was created after years of extensive public consultation and key stakeholder engagement that began in 2019, resulting in that vision being adopted and endorsed by the WA Government in December 2023. It was announced formally to the public in February 2024. The vision produces an exciting and activated park with the area formerly known as the South 9 of the old Burswood golf course to become a festival and forest precinct. The dual objectives of entertainment and environment meet each other perfectly in the vision. It is well worthy of the City of Perth's endorsement and support. The Victoria Park Council and its community is concerned that the proposed motorsport street circuit is likely to have significant negative social and environmental impacts on both the natural environment and the residential communities that live in and near the Burswood Park, which includes your beautiful Claysbrook and East Perth communities. There was an online public petition commenced by local residents on the 21st of January 2025 opposing this proposal. It already has more than 6,500 petitions and is on its way to being presented to the Western Australian Parliament. Councillor Leeser's notice of motion provides an important opportunity, in my respectful opinion, for this council to, one, express their opposition to this entire proposal, which appears to be justified based on what I've heard from Ms Harvey about the impact that is likely on your local community, and also for you to go further and to express your support for the Burswood Park Board's 20-year vision. And finally, for you to make your community aware of your council's support for them, their opposition, about the lack of consultation, as well as your council's recognition of the need for proper consultation with them before any further commitment is made. Thank you, and if I can leave these with you with your council liaison officer, I'd be very grateful for your consideration. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much, Mayor, and thank you, Robin.
Could I,
With that, I would like to ask...
Deputy Lord Mayor, could I move that be tabled and distributed to all councillors?
Yeah, sure. That's fine. And while we do that, has anyone got any questions?
Not a question, Deputy Lord Mayor, but I'd like to raise a point of order under Standing Order 5.8B and request you as Chair acknowledge the presence of the distinguished visitor, Mayor Karen Vernon. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the point of order, and as I would certainly like to acknowledge the presence of our distinguished guest, and thank you for your time this evening, Mayor. Thank you.
Can I just ask, is there an opportunity for questions?
So we'll go to questions now. Councillor Leeser.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Robin, I think you should probably come back because I got a question for you. We heard that there's a petition and we heard that there's 6,500 signatures. Has there been any kind of government response at this point?
Unfortunately, despite a significant amount of letter writing, our first approaches were negated by the fact that it was announced in the election and we were told it was caretaker period, which was fairly disappointing given that it was made into a promise and we had no information at all. Since the election and the ceasing of the caretaker period, I actually did receive a letter from Rita Safiotti's office today basically saying nothing. So thank you for your letter is the reply. I've emailed John Carey to the point that I think he thinks I'm spamming him, but he did reply and said, as soon as I know anything, I'll tell you. So he clearly is either he knows nothing about his community or he's just not telling. There's been significant approaches on the Burswood side to Hannah Beasley, as you can imagine. One of our people did finally get a meeting after significant community letter writing and emailing. That was the only in-person meeting, as I understand it, that's been given. Basically, she said she knew nothing about it until it was announced. There is some debate whether that's true or not, but it's still feeling like a bit of a cover-up, really. So the government response has been very disappointing, considering the impact of this proposed street racing circuit. And one of our key issues is that they keep calling it a temporary circuit when only 20% of the street is there now. So it seems like a bit of a con job. I would really urge councillors to go and have a look. We did meet with somebody from the Wildlife Action Group of South Perth, and they've been up documenting wildlife. There are rare long-necked turtles. There's one form of bird that they've only had 4 of in South Perth, and they have seen hundreds of in Burswood. And my last comment, I'm sorry to go on, I'm passionate about this, is that one of the comments the government made was that it was an underutilised site. That is not true. Just go on a weekend. The families there, the barbecues there, the music events there. We totally accept that there needs to be some sort of music permanent structure because it costs a lot to establish that each time. We're not arguing that. We're arguing specifically against the motor racing circuit. And if you listen to any of Rita Safiotti's comments, she's changed the tune and she's making a lot of the music amphitheatre, which no one opposes, and the presence of disabled parking, which we don't understand why they can't just put that in. Thank you.
Just before you go, Robin, I'll just double check there's no more questions from councillors. Councillor Wellard.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. My question is for Mayor Karen Vernon, actually. And welcome and thank you very much for coming and joining us tonight. My question is, in the absence of data and information from the state government, is the City of Vic Park conducting any surveys or any studies on the noise or the environmental impact that this racetrack might have on the area that may be shared with fellow councils?
I'd certainly love to be able to say we could share something, but unfortunately, until we get provided with an environmental impact assessment, it won't be possible to go to an independent acoustic specialist and say, these are the parameters of the project that are being proposed. Can you now offer an opinion on what you think are the likely acoustic impacts in terms of noise pollution on the local environment, which in the circumstances will be some of the residents of the Burswood Peninsula's high-rise and townhouses currently live within 30 metres of the proposed track. So that's actually been measured officially, but of course your East Perth community lives further afield than 30 metres, but they still live sufficiently close to have an impact. So an acoustic specialist would want to know what is the area that is being proposed by this. So we have one, I'll call it a mud map of what the track will look like, and we have one entertainment brief that is 1.5 pages long, issued by the member for Victoria Park, that cites the many positives of this project. They are anecdotal, and based on that there is very little to be engaging with a professional specialist in either the area of environmental impact or acoustic specialisation. But were we to be in receipt of that information, we will certainly be considering our options. But it has to be said, Councillor, that the best option is for the WA government to slow this process down, take a step backwards and look at it and begin to produce the kind of information that we in local government expect when we are contemplating undertaking such a proposal. We will begin with things like a preliminary feasibility study, an impact assessment. We will look at building a business case so that we can interrogate all the details. If that is good enough for local government to have to undertake, I think it's good enough for the state government to undertake the same before we have to go anywhere near real consultation with the communities who will be impacted.
Thank you, Mayor Vernon.
Thank you. Unless there are other questions, I regret to say I have a special council meeting to chair in Victoria Park at 6 p.m. So I'll regretfully say I need to be excused, but I'm more than happy to leave it with Dr. Harvey.
Thank you, Mayor, and fantastic to see you again.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
I have one very quick question. If
it's very
quick.
10 seconds, go.
Thank you. Just from your experience at Victoria Park, have you reached out to the communities of Adelaide, around the Adelaide Street Circuit and the Albert Park Circuit in St Kilda for lessons and experiences about how they managed the process there and what have been the lifelong lessons?
I haven't reached out to them, but a number of people in other places in Australia have reached out to me as a result of the publicity generated by our opposition. And so some of those people have sent through extensive papers from their time campaigning against such proposals, and we are still busy going through all that documentation, which also includes people in Albany who are fighting against a similar proposal at present.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank
Thank you
you.
very much.
Can I just add to that?
Sure.
It's a publication that is available generally, and it talks about the experiences of Newcastle Supercars, which after a 5-year fight, the public won and it got closed down. Took 5 years. There's some really great pictures of what it looked like before and after, and a lot of analysis. And if people want to go to the Save Albert Park site, because I'm constantly told no one cares about the Albert Park races, there is a lot of information on that site as well.
Thank you. Any more questions? All right. Thank you again. Thank you very much for your deputation. Now we move on to, I'd like to invite Shirley Vine, who is speaking for the recommendation in 19.3, to please come forward and make your deputation.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. I would like to see the City of Perth put the pressure and keep the pressure on the Public Transport Authority to follow up incidents that are happening on the CAT buses, and to request that the City of Perth and the Public Transport Authority collaborate to find a security model that has been successfully implemented either in other electorates in WA generally or across Australia. So what happened to me on the 10th of October, I had been to visit a hairdressing salon of my fellow candidate, Dave Lee, at Theory for Hair in West Perth on Hay Street. And I arrived there at 2:30 and I left there at about 5:30. Now, when I was leaving, Dave said to me, "Oh, don't go on the CAT bus because it's too dangerous." And I maybe rolled my eyes and said, "Oh, I've never had any problem on the CAT bus." Well, on or about 5:30 that same afternoon, I boarded a very crowded yellow cat at Boab Gardens in Wellington Street, and it was heading towards the city. I sat on the left-hand side of the bus in the back section, and it was standing room only in the aisles. An agitated man was sitting right in front of me and he was calling out obscenities, and the next minute he stood up and he punched a guy in the head, a man that was in the aisle. And this was for no apparent reason. I said to the alleged offender, words to the effect, "Hey mate, we don't do that." And he turned around and he put his fist into my face and threatened me. He didn't hit me, but it came very close, and my fight or flight kicked in. So, and no one else did anything. No one said a word, and I'm not afraid to speak up, and I always will protect if I'm out. It's just in my genes. So I got up and went to the front of the bus and I said to the bus driver, "A guy has just hit another person on the head." And he said, "There's nothing I can do about it." I then repeated what I said, and it was when we pulled over in the city that he called the security in. And I took some time to explain what had happened. I gave my name and my phone number, but I never heard another thing. I never heard from them. They didn't want me to stay there. They didn't want me to give a statement on the spot. They weren't planning to call the police. So as I've said, I really think it's important, and I really don't know what the data's saying. I don't know how many times it happens daily. I have seen some incidences and I will always speak up. But what I need, and if it's possible for the City of Perth to keep the pressure on the Public Transport Authority to make sure the CAT buses are safe for us. Is there a security model? Is there enough incidences happening that we need a security model? And if there is one that's available, maybe we could implement that in the short-term future. Are there any questions?
Any questions? Councillor Leeser.
Thanks, Shirley, for your story. It's pretty brave, talking up. Do you use the cat now?
Yeah, I
still
won't
go on
stop
it?
using it, no, because I always use it. The yellow and the red mainly. Oh, and the buses on the
So
terraces.
it hasn't put you off going on?
No, it hasn't.
Okay, you're braver than me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Wellard, did you? Sorry, I thought you must have just had a silent bid. Anyone else for questions? Thank you, Shirley, and
Thank you.
appreciate your story. Thank you. Now I'd like to invite David Lee, who is speaking for the recommendation in 19.3, to please step forward.
Thank you so much. I didn't bring any paper tonight, so I'm going to use my phone, if that's okay, just for some notes. What's wonderful about coming tonight is listening to everybody. And I'm so grateful that I'm not the only one who stands up or complains or tries to make change. And I hope the council and the city know that when people like us come in and ask for things, we're not just NIMBYs or having a whinge. We really care about what's going on in the city. I'm Dave Lee, 1324 Hay Street, West Perth. I'm so embarrassed for what happened, Shirley, on the cat bus. She came to a business in the city, on the very edge of the city. I wish I'd picked her up in my car. I wish I had driven to East Perth. I wish I had dropped her home. I told her not to go on the cat bus, the yellow cat. I said go down on the red. That's a lot safer these days. It's mainly because there's a homeless shelter now where the old Murray Hotel used to be. And I won't go into the details of that, but the yellow cat is becoming increasingly unsafe. I hope that listening to Shirley tonight and reflecting on your own experience as you go on the cat bus makes you rethink what's happening in the city around safety. Using the cat bus should be for everyone, and we shouldn't be afraid to go on the cat bus. But even on the other side of the microphone today, there's a councillor among you, and I won't name his name, but also was punched in the face and had to go to hospital on the cat bus. So after the meeting ends this evening, have a chat among yourselves, because it doesn't just affect the people on this room, on this side of the mic, it affects everyone. I think what we need to do is prioritise safety all over our city. Violence on public transport is not an isolated issue. It happens everywhere, but we need to do something in the city of Perth to keep it safe, especially on the cat bus. In early January this year, I came into the general meeting, the electors meeting. I came and I asked for a budget for more visible policing, increased security in our neighbourhoods and on the cat bus. I would like to thank Rebecca Taylor, the General Manager for Community. She directed me to the Public Transport Authority. I contacted the PTA and they acknowledged awareness of the issue, but they said no action had been taken. So they know about it. In emails with Glenn Herbert, he's the Senior Service Planner, he felt that increased policing alone is unlikely to fully resolve the situation. He said that they continuously monitor and are aware of increasing antisocial behaviour on the cat bus. I reminded the PTA that people use the cat and it helps activate the city and it must be safe. And antisocial behaviour does constitute criminal activity. It does warrant arrest and at least removal from the cat bus. They suggested a police shortage, and we hear that all the time in the city, there's not enough police. So I came back to them and suggested they use the public transport guards that are on the train service to hop on and off the cat bus as well. I asked them to collaborate with the City of Perth on this and WA Police, because it's a city that has many different departments, that does different things, but we all have to work together on safety. I also suggested a change to the bus route, bus stop on the Murray Hotel site. I thought that because it's a homeless shelter now, if the bus stopped somewhere else, it might lead to less antisocial behaviour. The CTA said they passed it on to their senior planner and senior coordinator for review. What's going on now in the city isn't right. I urge the council to support safety on the cat bus and do something about it. Thank you so much for letting me speak tonight. Thank you for inviting me in. I appreciate it.
Thank you, David. Any questions? No?
Sorry, just one for
sorry.
myself.
Councillor
So thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor, and thank you, Dave, for your story. And to disclose, so I was the councillor, of course, that a couple of years back did end up in hospital from a similar attack on, I think it was a Yellow Cat bus at that stage. Very similar, the response was slow, and the investigation afterwards was disappointing. But we all learn. It doesn't put me off being on those cat buses. It's a fabulous service, but we do need to be vigilant when we're on board. And I think having more guards would be advantageous to basically help our community and also to make it safer. My question basically is and I'm aware of the bus stop outside the Murray Lodge. If the state government don't agree with relocating that to somewhere else, do you have any suggestions on what other measures could be made there to make that location safer, seeing it is a fantastically located end location for the Yellow Cat in West Perth?
Look, my suggestion to the PTA was, with the Hay Street changing to two-way, that they actually move it to Hay Street instead of where it is. But even further down the street would help. Look, if anyone has come up, and Councillor Clyde came up, Councillor Raj came up to West Perth and spent time with me, so has David and Catherine. You don't have to be a rocket scientist. There's about 20 people sleeping in the car park that will hopefully one day be Woolworths. There's a lot of drugs, there's a lot of drinking, and those are the people who get on at that cat bus stop. So even if it moved a block down the street on the same side, there would be less people getting on it that are high on drugs or drunk.
Sorry there, we just jumped the gun. We were just getting confused about it. So any other questions from councillors? No. David Lee, thank you very much for coming in, and thank you for your deputation.
Thank you, Catherine, for raising the motion.
Now we move to deputation number 5. I'd like to invite Lorena Grant, who is speaking for the recommendation in 19.5, to please come forward.
Thank you. My name's Lorena Grant, and I am from the north end of West Perth. Okay. It is my genuine desire that you join me in the vision to return the Arch to her rightful home in Northbridge. The Arch's body is rooted in the James and Lake Street roundabout, where her presence explores pure originality through her changing directional lines as she grows 9 metres up into the Northbridge atmosphere and lands a stiletto 16 metres across James Street into the piazza, where her design speaks of being part of framing the buildings and the businesses, the piazza and the trees, part of the rallies, the protests, parades and festivals, where she chaperones the community's voice of the people. The Arch is a visual pulse of the Northbridge psyche, gritty, inclusive and eccentric. The Arch is the only work I know that lands on 2 sides of a city street. The Arch has a red heart, she has a beat, and it's a reflection of the beat of Northbridge. She's loved by a generation and a landmark that thousands know. In 2023, the Arch showed a sign of needing care. The evidence suggested it was an opportunity for review and amelioration, not permanent removal. There is a panel in the base of the Arch where regular interior inspections would have identified early signs of required maintenance. For simplicity, a public sculpture can be likened to a new car. It requires washing, inspections and services at regular intervals to keep it in showroom condition. Can we all see, please, historical documented evidence of the inspections that would have identified very early signs by the City of Perth maintenance people? When I was contacted in 2023 with the city's intention for the Arch's removal, at the request of the city, I submitted a quote for removal by my fabrication team with a view to investigate, review and ameliorate. We knew the sculpture and how to remove it safely. The quote was rejected and the Arch was removed by others. It was gas-axed, in its removal, and as the artwork has a millimetre precise point of landing its limb, there's no way of knowing whether twisting and torsion has occurred. Can we please see the quote comparison that determined the difference between the archival removal and the removal that further damaged the artwork? I inspected the arch in the City of Perth depot in Osborne Park with my fabricator. It was noted the upper portion of the work had no deterioration. It was nearly 20 metres long. The disassembly by others used oxy torches to cut through where they could not find where to unbolt it. The limb was peeled in several areas. The base at the road level had some interior signs of rust, but the official engineering report recommended transport to fabrication yard for efficient, controlled remediation work, not decommissioning. I was then requested by the city to quote to repair, which was rejected, to submit renders to relocate in 3 different locations nominated by the city, which was rejected, to partially relocate, integrate the artwork to a select location, which was rejected, followed by a quote to fully remake the arch, which was rejected. I received no written response after these submissions. Several months passed and there was a call from someone at the city to say there was no funding. The arch, when commissioned, had an extremely modest budget for such a large central presence. Now, 14 years later, an opportunity for review and remediation became a skip by the city to indefinite removal. The work is now laying in a storage yard far from home in the corrosive salt air in the open in Coogee. I believe annual inspections by the city would have averted this issue. I believe that we and the fabricators were available to advise always. I believe we could have reinstated the arch in 2023 for as little as $41,000. So, can we know what happened between the city's statement of no funding to the statement within 2 weeks of $250,000 approved for an offshore art pursuit? And can we work together to take the sage as well as legal advice from the National Association for the Visual Arts lawyer Penelope Benton, urging the city to reinstate the arch in line with its public art conservation obligations? I will finish this statement to ask you simply to hold the vision together that we can bring the arch, our contemporary Northbridge icon that holds cultural and local historic value for so many, back to where she belongs. I see the arch back in her home where she belongs.
Okay, thank you, Loretta, for your deputation. Do we have any questions? Councillor Leeser.
Thank you, Chair. Loretta, you may or may not be able to answer this, but do you know much about the city maintenance that's happened on the arch since it was installed?
No, I don't, and that was one of the questions in my deputation, is can we have a retrospective historical account of inspections? Because if there was regular, even annual quick inspections inside the work, the rust would have been identified at a very early stage and would have been a lot less work to remediate.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions? Loretta, thank you for coming in and thank you very much.
Sorry.
Thanks. Take that back. Councillor Gonsalves.
Thanks. You mentioned that there was a last quote that you provided to remediate. What was the scale of that quote that you last provided?
One of the initial one was, I believe it was $41,000 to repair the work. But there was many quotes and submissions submitted to the City of Perth.
And we also, as part of our general framework, have a culture and arts advisory group. Have they ever reached out, or have you ever been able to interact with that advisory group in a way that consults you or brings up the issue of your artwork?
Since I put in the submissions for amelioration, partial, total, there has been no written reaching out to me in any way, even to respond to the submissions.
And you mentioned a location there. Have you seen your own artwork currently?
I saw it at the depot in Osborne Park, which is the City of Perth depot, and then it came to my attention that the work was being stored down in South Fremantle, North Coogee.
And what state is it in?
It's like a fallen deity. Yeah, it's in many pieces, laying along the ground, in the open, across the road from the ocean. So it has very corrosive aspects to the atmosphere.
And we were told that a panel had fallen off. How is the framework of the metal and everything that you can see?
I was told that a panel had fallen. It was quite close to the ground, though I never received a photograph of that. Structurally, the work was sound, but it did require some reparation after 14 years, and I believe there was very few visits from maintenance inside, if any, to see what was going on.
And right now, in terms of the structural integrity and the state of the actual metal work itself, has it deteriorated, or what would be your assessment?
Well, a large part of the work, there was no deterioration. There was just a part which was very close to the road. So we suspect in conversations that it was the corrosive nature of the water coming off the vehicles that accelerated rust areas. But the City of Perth engineer, I think Capital Engineering, stated that there was no reason for it to be decommissioned and that it required being taken away and repaired.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions? Councillor Doshi.
Thank you, through you, Deputy Lord Mayor. Thank you so much for your deputation. I just wondered if we could get the city's view on their feedback on what's actually happened in terms of the maintenance. If we could hear what the city have to say.
I can help you with that one. We actually have some correspondence that will be coming up in item 9. Is that fair to say, CEO?
Yes, we will be under correspondence making some points, but equally we could answer some of the questions now. If I could invite the General Manager, Community Development to respond.
Thank you, CEO, and through the Deputy Lord Mayor. With regard to the matters of the removal and inspections, so the arch was removed in 2023 due to public safety concerns. There was some, as Lorena has mentioned, some identified matters with the cladding at the time, which I believe Lorena inspected and provided the quote, which was in the order of $40,000. However, following that, we did have a piece of the work fall into traffic. And at that point, the public art maintenance contractors and an engineer was engaged to inspect the work more fully, including the interior, which included that the primary structural framing was severely corroded and required substantive remediation, as well as the base plate exhibiting advanced corrosion and sectional losses. In terms of the primary steel work and subframing, because of its condition, it would be impractical to try and repair it in situ, and it wouldn't require a prolonged closure of roads around the artwork. Therefore, removal was a practical solution. I also understand that subsequent to that, a full refurbishment estimate was provided in the order of 193,000. But individual costs for installation, transport, and traffic management, etc., weren't included in that. That provides an understanding or an explanation of the city's investigation there.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any more questions? Sorry,
just one last question through you,
Councillor
Deputy Lord
Weller.
Mayor. You may have said it, but what was the last month and year that you physically saw your piece of artwork? Yeah.
But not in situ in the city.
No. So when was the last time you saw it in its pulled down state?
A few days ago,
At the South Coogee site?
yes.
Okay,
North
thank you.
Coogee, I believe.
North Coogee, thank you.
And
Okay.
yeah, I've got a.
Just quickly, Councillor Gonsalves, CEO would like to respond to that one.
I'd just like to seek some clarification from the General Manager Community Development where the art is currently being held.
Thank you. Through the Deputy Lord Mayor, the art is being held in a paid storage facility. I believe it is off the ground, is my understanding. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gonsalves, do you have a question?
You've given an assessment of what the damage was in situ. You said you'd only seen it a few days ago. So what state is it in now, and can it be remediated? Is it together? Is it in a pile? Is it?
It's laying on the ground. It's in several pieces. It's in several pieces. It was when it was disassembled. It was unbolted sometimes, but it was also cut with an oxy in other areas. So, that creates a problem. If we'd been able to remove it with myself and the fabricators, we would have removed it safely without having to do that. So I don't know what the instructions were when it was being removed, but it wasn't archivally removed.
Thank you. Councillor Bevan.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. Thank you for coming along today. Could you give us an estimate on what it would cost to repair and replace this piece of art?
It started at 41,000 right back earlier on, but what happened is that I kept getting asked, what would it cost to relocate it? What would it cost if you only relocated part of the work? So I was thinking about it as an archaeological relic. I was working as much as I could to even keep a part of the work. The final quote of $190, which I believe was all inclusive, that would have been installing and everything, was, by that time, there were so many discussions with my fabricating team, there was a bit of fatigue around it, and we really still hadn't been able to get to the work to fully investigate what we could reuse, but I got an engineering report as well, and we could have repaired the work rather than remade it. But I think the final quote was a request, like what would it cost to rebuild it? So what I said is, in my statement, that we join together to try and bring the arch back, and we will do myself, my fabrication team, and the City of Perth, if we can work together to bring the arch back to be the centre and the heartbeat of the Northbridge area.
Good. Remake, what would it cost to remake compared to the other quote?
Approximately, it was an approximation of $190 to remake and reinstall.
190,000.
Yeah, to remake. So back 14 years ago, it was 99,000. It stayed under 100,000, and so 14 years ago was a long time ago in terms of fabrication costs and tendering and so on and so forth.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any more questions, Councillor? Thank you, Lorena. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your deputation. I would now like to invite Helen Curtis, who is speaking for the recommendation in 19.5, to please come forward and make a deputation. Is Helen here?
Thank you, yes. Good evening, Lord Mayor and councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today. I'm here to speak in response to the administration's reply and item 19.5, the notice of motion regarding public art, conservation and engagement. My name's Helen Curtis and I speak on behalf of advocacy group Save the Kebab. By way of background, I am the director of an arts consultancy apparatus, and prior to this I worked at in the arts at the City of Perth for 13 years. I'm a preferred provider for the state government's Percent for Art scheme and a member of the Art Consulting Association of Australia. I serve on multiple advisory panels, including those for the Child and Adolescent Health Service, North Metropolitan TAFE, the Heritage Council and the City of Stirling, and the State Design Review Panel. I want to begin by saying that I don't enjoy making people feel uncomfortable, but I do love this city and I want what's best for it. I want to acknowledge the officers of the City of Perth and the significant effort involved in managing a collection of this scale. And to the elected members, I recognise that you're presented with mountains of reports to consider and resolve, and this is no small responsibility, so I thank you for your time and your service. Before I speak to our recommendations, I'd like to share some context. Working in the City of Perth arts team could often feel challenging, but in hindsight, at that time we achieved a great deal. I was incredibly fortunate to work alongside a group of highly skilled and committed professionals, including at various times Jo Derbyshire, Isabel Wise, Mark Stewart, Kate McMillan, Belinda Cobby, Paula Anselmi, Helen Hewitt, Paul Capone, Michelle McDonald, Lisa Schreiber, Katie Lenanton, Ashley White, Duncan Mackay, Maria Yakimov, Janice Lally and Simon Jeevers, and I believe they're all standing here with me. Together, this team developed and delivered a comprehensive suite of programs that made a genuine impact on the arts and cultural life of our capital city, including a cultural sponsorship program designed to support sector development, not just audience numbers, ensuring democratic access to high-quality arts experiences like Symphony in the City, Australia's first dedicated public art maintenance program, the commissioning of innovative site-specific artworks such as The Arch and Eliza at Crawley Baths, a robust series of art awards and commission alongside an acquisition program that developed the city's significant art collection, the Perth Public Art Foundation, an international artist exchange program with Taipei, Taiwan, and a cultural heritage program that helped the people of Perth connect with our shared history through exhibitions, storytelling that shape our identity and bind us as a community. These programs, developed over more than a decade, were built to support the professional lives of Western Australian artists, foster civic pride and reflect the aspirations of a growing and evolving city. But slowly, that has all been unwound. All of the professionals I mentioned have since watched as the programs and policies that they helped build have been incrementally dismantled. Today, the City of Perth can feel impenetrable, detached from the very community it once so actively supported. Many of us have not engaged with the City of Perth at all, accepting this shift with a kind of weary resignation. But then came the removal of the ore obelisk, which was perplexing. Then the arch, which was unfathomable. And then the acceptance of Bungie Spaceman, a mass-produced artwork placed in the heart of Stirling Gardens on the very site where the ore obelisk once stood. That was the final straw. And so Save the Kebab was formed, a group of 5 committed citizens, Felicity Johnson, sorry, that was a bit loud, Pippa Hurst, Reese Harley, Damien Pericles and myself, and I want to thank them sincerely for their passion and perseverance. I also want to thank the many journalists who've taken up this story, the artists, designers, historians and community members who've reached out with their support, and the many people here today. We are doing this on behalf of all of them, and we know we're on the right track because of the depth of that support. So, what are we asking? We are calling for the return of the ore obelisk, a significant 1971 artwork by Paul Ritter, affectionately known as the Kebab. It honoured Western Australia's mining heritage and held a meaningful place in the civic memory of Stirling Gardens. The public was assured it would be returned after its removal in 2021. Instead, it faces permanent replacement by Bungie Spaceman, an imported mass-produced sculpture by American artist Brendan Murphy, purchased for $250,000 of ratepayers' money. This decision appears to contradict the city's own policy, Public Art Policy CP 4.8, which explicitly excludes mass-produced work. The policy also calls for consideration of local artists, originality, heritage value and endorsement by advisory groups. Yet there is no record of endorsement from the Cultural and Arts Advisory Group or the Elders Advisory Group. Similarly, the arch by Lorena Grant was removed in 2023 with no clear plan for restoration or reinterpretation.
Alan, can I get you to wrap up in about 15 seconds, please? Is that doable?
I have a little bit longer. I just want to get to our submission. It won't take long.
We're at 6
Together,
minutes.
these actions paint a concerning picture. Policies bypassed, artists excluded, public trust eroded. With great respect to the Lord Mayor and the councillors, we civilly request that the council restore or reinterpret Paul Ritter's obelisk at its original site in Stirling Gardens, commission Lorena Grant to restore or reconceptualise the arch at its original site in Northbridge, return Bungie Spaceman to the US, or at least relocate it to a more suitable site, not Perth's oldest colonial garden. Ensure all future public art acquisitions fully comply with CP 4.8 and are endorsed by the relevant advisory groups. We commend the administration for programs such as the Council House Foyer Gallery and the mural initiatives, which represent meaningful contributions. However, what is presented in the
We're going to have to wrap up, Helen.
notes is not a clear or visionary strategy. Elected members, before you now is an opportunity to make a lasting and positive change. Let this be a moment to proudly recommit to nurturing local culture, honouring civic memory and championing creative excellence.
Thank you, Helen. Thank you very much. Okay, do we have any questions from our councillors? Councillor Doshi.
Thank you, through you, Deputy Lord Mayor. Thank you for your deputation. Can I ask the same question as I did for the last one, and what the city's view is on this this point, please?
Through to you, CEO.
And through to the General Manager, Community Development, please.
Thank you. Through the Deputy Lord Mayor. There are a number of matters raised in that. If I could just clarify, Councillor, which component you would like a response to?
So if you could just maybe give us a rundown from the point of removal and the reasons why.
Yes, with regard to the Orr obelisk, it was removed in 2021 following a series of investigations regarding its condition and safety. We do note that the artwork had been in place since 1971 and large sections of the rock elements had fallen due to decomposition of the cement composite that is used. The city had been monitoring its condition since 2016, that artwork. There was also engineering assessments on the Orr obelisk, as we do for all of our artworks, and we have a maintenance program that has regular inspections of our artworks. The Orr obelisk, with regard to its condition, I think it should be noted that, as I mentioned, there are large and quite heavy pieces of rock that had fallen from a height of 4 metres in January 2020. And following that, a structural engineer's investigation noted the degrading condition. It was raised with the Culture Advisory Committee Public Arts Subcommittee in September 2020, as well as the artist's family were also advised. We do note that the structural engineer report indicated there was an unacceptable risk due to rockfall, and the piece is at the end of its serviceable life and requires full replacement or major refurbishment works, which led to the decision to removal. If I may add, it's important to note that with regard to the Orr obelisk and the arch, these works are not deaccessioned. They are not deaccessioned from the collection. A lot of careful planning and a lot of consideration needs to go into the future of these works. Proposals have not been dismissed.
and we are in the process of forward planning around our public art strategy and renewal program, as we've noted in our motion, a response to the motion. So I think, is that sufficient, Councillor? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, GM. Any other questions? Councillor Gonsalves?
Thanks. You mentioned that the Perth Public Arts Strategy, which I believe stands still from 2015. In the strategic direction 2.4, I think, it advocates or commits to seek to involve public artists early and in different ways in the city's urban development initiatives. From your experience, has that been happening?
I haven't had much to do with the city 10 years since I left, so I couldn't say. So I don't know. What the city is doing is fairly opaque to anyone working in the arts outside of the city of Perth. I do have some replies to what the General Manager has said, if I'm allowed to speak to that through the Lord Mayor.
I'll ask your opinion on what this
just with that, Helen, just for clarity, just quickly, it's actually not a debate, so we'll hold back on that one, if that's okay. But thank you.
Yeah, equally, I'd like to ask the question, what are your thoughts on the statement from the administration?
Thank you, Councillor Goncalves. I would say to the General Manager, surely 4 years is enough to create a plan for one of Western Australia's significant memorials, to have it in storage without any kind of clarity about where it is and what kind of condition it is in is, I don't know what the City of Perth is hiding, Councillor Goncalves. All of the journalists who have asked for information from the City of Perth, and in fact many of the supporters here, I myself have not received any information from the City of Perth as to my questions regarding the status of the ore obelisk, where it is. We do wonder how it is possible that a work that would take approximately $120,000 to fix the ore obelisk, and Lorena Grant's work of around $50,000 the City of Perth cannot find the funds to restore these two works, but it can find $250,000 to cite something that's shipped in from overseas, and that is largely supporting an artist from the US's work to promote an exhibition at Galati Galleries later this year. We find that perplexing. If the city has $250,000 to spend on that, why is the City of Perth not looking after works of significant cultural value to the city?
Any other questions, councillors?
Yep, in Lorena's deputation, she did mention archival removal, and I'm just conscious of what you consider the obligations and commitment of owners of public art to undertake archival removal rather than removal that may damage or potentially affect the quality of the work.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Goncalves. I think that the first responsibility of anyone who is looking after an art collection is that of a custodian. So it's about conserving in the first instance. There is the big idea of wastage. So it cost almost $100,000 and a lot of human effort and time to create Lorena Grant's arch. To recommission it now, I think this was your question, Councillor, it'd be around about $200,000, in today's estimates. Rather than spending another $200,000 to remake it, it would have been best in the first instance to spend that money, that $50,000, on repairing the work. Having worked at the City of Perth, I know that the city can find funds, so I wonder why the administration didn't put it to the council to find the funds to support the restoration of the ore obelisk, because I believe that never went to council, and I believe it never went to council to request the funds of $50,000 to repair the arch. So I do wonder why that wasn't put to council. Thank you for the question, Councillor.
Thank you. Any more questions, councillors?
Just the last question. I mean, the strategic document from 2015 is obviously still in effect, and so it's not more so what's happening now, but in your years of involvement, have you seen there's a reference to the Public Art Advisory Panel, which is supposed to sit under the advisory group, and it's according to the strategy, the panel will be convened by the city as an internationally recognised peer assessment body, and that the panel's recommendations will help to ensure that the city's public art projects comply with relevant legislation policies, but support the city in building on its capital city leadership and promote public art that seeks to be the best contributions from the art and cultural community and stimulates the community dialogue and debate around contemporary issues and spaces. That was obviously our mechanism to achieve some engagement. Has that worked in the years that you've seen the city operate?
I believe that, thank you for the question, Councillor Goncalves. My understanding is that shortly after the adoption of this strategy in 2015, there was a cultural and arts advisory committee, and there was a subcommittee made up of subject matter experts who looked at public art, and they were having matters referred to them. However, in the preceding years, that has been disbanded, and there is no longer a specific public art committee or group. It's also my understanding, after talking to members of the now called Culture and Arts Advisory Group, that they are not actually used to consider any matters of any importance. So things like the arch did not go to them. In their words, they're used as window dressing.
What we'll do, Helen, I think we've covered this from every angle, so I'm going to thank you very much for your deputation. And what we'll actually do now is we're going to move on to Joshua Walters, who is speaking for the recommendation on 19.5.
Thank you for your time.
Nice to see you. Bye.
Hello, Joshua Walters, 26 Headland Road, Hamilton Hill. Good evening, Lord Mayor and councillors. My name is Joshua Walters. I'm a local contemporary artist, and I'm here today to speak in defence of Perth's artistic and cultural heritage. The Ore Obelisk, a work of public art that is not only a landmark, but a historical marker, a significant story expressed in stone and metal. For half a century, Ore Obelisk stood in Stirling Gardens as a testament to Western Australia's mining industry, and the moment our population reached 1 million. It was created by Paul Ritter, not just an artist, but Perth's first appointed city planner, whose vision helped shape the very streets and spaces we move through today. His work was not about spectacle, it was about meaning, about embedding our industry, our history, and our people into the landscape of the city. In 2021, Ore Obelisk was removed for conservation. A structural report estimated its restoration at $118,000, a sum that seems entirely reasonable for a piece with such significance. Instead, the city is now spending $250,000 to install Bungie Spaceman, a mass-produced pastiche of an MTV Video Music Award statue gifted by an American artist with no connection to Perth, no reference to our culture, and no real relevance to our story. As an artist, I understand the value of public art, not just as decoration, but as a language that speaks to who we are. Public art is not interchangeable, it is not a trend to be replaced when something shinier comes along. It is a statement, a conversation with history, a reflection of place. Ore Obelisk is specific to Western Australia. It is made from materials from our land, placed with intention, and created with local meaning. Bungie Spaceman is a global replica, a polished export that could be anywhere. We should not be erasing our identity in favour of imported aesthetics that serve no greater purpose than a trending spectacle. We should not be removing historically relevant, locally significant works from public view while spending hundreds of thousands of dollars installing something that does not represent us. This issue is bigger than just one artwork. Public art is a lifelong commitment from the City of Perth. These works do not simply belong to a moment in time, they belong to the cultural fabric of this city for generations. This highlights the urgent need to expand art advisory groups that include direct consultation with artists, those who understand the complexities of material, conservation, and long-term vision. Artists must have a seat at the table, not to just contribute their works, but to guide its future. If we continue to make decisions without their insight, we risk not only losing individual artworks, but the integrity of our city's cultural landscape. If we want a city with artistic integrity, one that values its contributions and its own artists and its history that shapes it, we must act now. I urge the City of Perth to reinstate the Orr obelisk and to ensure that public art remains a commitment, not an afterthought. The $250,000 allocated to Boonji Spaceman would have been far better spent restoring and maintaining the art that already belongs to us. The removal of the arch by Loretta Grant is also another cautionary tale. There are many in the arts community that fear the arch is left deteriorating in an unknown location, and the city's refusal to provide assurance where it is and the condition it's in is completely unacceptable. The role of the city is not to just commission art, but to protect it and to ensure that the investments made in culture are honoured in the long term. What message does it send when we invest in public art only to neglect it and allow valuable works to degrade while funds are directed to new imported attractions? Please allow me to finish by revealing directly to Council photos given to me that were taken over this weekend of the arch in Fremantle boat and scrap storage yard, improperly stored and left to rapidly deteriorate. Thank you. And this is the photos.
So I'll move to table those photos. We've had a lot of correspondence today. And,
Okay, sure.
And I'd like that distributed to all councillors.
Yeah, that's fine. Whilst we're doing that, do we have any questions in regards to this deputation? All right.
Yep.
Do you have a question?
A question, yeah. Josh, what's your art background, and do you come from the public art sphere or a neighbouring?
So no, I don't come from a public arts background. I'm more of a visual artist that primarily is ink on paper, so traditional sort of works. Although I do have a penchant for cryptographic art, which is in a weird way somewhat similar to Boonji Spaceman, but not really directly related.
Thanks. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
In terms of the way you already involve yourself or work with other institutions, AGWA, PICA, others, is that done in a collaborative basis where you feel like your input and feedback is taken on? And is there any lessons there for the City of Perth?
I feel like sometimes it can be very siloed. I don't think artists really do directly have a say in many of the decisions that happen within the arts community. It feels, quite isolating sometimes, unless you're in the sort of, right framework of friends and groups. So it can be a bit disheartening as an emerging artist, especially.
Councillor Doshi.
Thank you for your deputation. Can I ask whether any engagement that you've had with other local governments within the Perth area have been better or different that you could sort of give examples of compared to us?
City of Melville really respects public art and also just how our public art and art in general activates the space and also the community. So I feel like they really do have their head screwed on, and they just really appreciate the importance of art to the community. So, yeah.
Okay, any further questions? Joshua, thank you very much for your deputation, and I think we now move to the lucky last, which I'd love to invite Leslie Warren up to speak to her recommendation and deputation.
Hello, my name's Leslie Warren. I'm the Chair of the East Perth Community Group. Deputy Lord Mayor, councillors, CEO, City of Perth Administration and members of the gallery. I speak in relation to motions 19.1, 19.6 and separately to 19.2. This summer, the influx of people into the city has generated more obvious, unwelcome behaviour than usual, primarily at Wellington Square. Some of that behaviour makes people uncomfortable, for example, shouting, loud music and public gatherings. However, it is not illegal.
Late at night, it is an offence under noise laws. It causes our community great distress that their discomfort is not recognised by the police when the behaviours are not illegal, and it discourages them from reporting when behaviours are against the law. For example, drinking in public places, aggression and violence. Some behaviours impacting health and safety include littering of glass and sharps, and public defecation result in mess that is a council responsibility to clean up. Anecdotally, bushes obscure the view of cameras installed in the park, and they are not capturing hidden alcohol, public drinking, aggressive confrontations, unleashed dogs and other acts of antagonism. This takes place at multiple venues in Wellington Square and not just the playground. The EPCG has met on more than one occasion with city officials, elected members, state government representatives and the WA Police. Whilst there have been increased police and ranger patrols, increased surveillance and linkages with community services, there is still a mismatch between what the community says they are reporting and what the authorities are recording. At our request, the city now issues receipt numbers to callers to City Watch. It would be useful if Wapol would do the same, and we request Council advocate for this. It would give us more confidence we are being heard. At our request, the City has also organised a community forum for next Monday where the authorities can speak to East Perth residents about this issue. However, what I would like to highlight is that tensions have risen such that the loud voices have been echoing in the community and on our Facebook pages, attracting those who seek to gain mileage from this issue and exposing an underbelly of racism, vigilantism and hate speech. We respectfully reject some of the things that are being said by members of our community purporting to represent the East Perth Community Group. We are not about conflict and we do not condone racism. Many of the complainants believe reporting something on our Facebook page is reporting it to the police or some other authority, which is clearly unhelpful, but we acknowledge it's a result of feeling unheard by other authorities. Cool heads are struggling to prevail in this environment, and I'm concerned that the loud voices have become increasingly belligerent. Many of the racist, rude and offensive things that some have attempted to post are so vile that I'm unable to quote them to you in public, but would like it to be known that our admins have their work cut out taking those comments down before they further inflame the situation. The quiet voices who I've spoken to largely recognise that there are deeper problems at play and hate speech is not helpful. Our committee was asked to support a petition to the Legislative Council, including a first dot point of fencing Wellington Square. After discussion, it was agreed by the committee that we couldn't support the petition as worded, as none of the requests to the Legislative Council were within their remit. It has now been readdressed to the Legislative Assembly, which is what was presented to you tonight by John Morrison from Adelaide Terrace. I note that all bar the first point, which is subject of 9.1, are not in the remit of the Perth City Council. We would, however, like the City to support a fuller inquiry to determine and address inadequacies in dealing with this problem, giving the public the chance to provide submissions. To that end, we've drafted an alternative petition to the Legislative Council requesting bipartisan support, and we are awaiting a response. I do not believe that fencing off some or all of Wellington Square will do much to solve the issues and will only result in displacement. In relation to 19.6, which is also Wellington Square, whilst on the face of it I support it, there are issues to be canvassed, including what, if any, free parking, car parking, this is the free car parking for events in Wellington Square, would be provided for other events in the vicinity, such as Brass on the Grass and Victoria Gardens. How would the City differentiate? Also, is this only for free community events or does it include large commercial events such as St Jerome's Laneway event? Whilst initiatives that help promote the movement of people in and around the city are the sorts of initiatives that help dilute and displace antisocial behaviours, if there are already going to be large numbers present, would this add value? And then finally, on a separate note, we welcome motion 19.2 regarding consultation over the proposed motorsport street circuit at Burswood.
Okay, thank you very much, Leslie. Do we have any questions from councillors? Councillor Gonsalves.
You mentioned there around free parking and large events. Are you indicating that there would be a need to equitably look at that on a wider basis across all of our parks. And
I don't know quite how the council would differentiate, and what are you opening up to other events, and are you differentiating between commercial and community-based events? And if the intention is to increase traffic by letting people come in and park, if you're already attracting a certain size of event, I'm not sure whether in terms of the diluting the antisocial behaviour by having people around, whether that necessarily achieves that aim. But, you know, broadly, it's not a suggestion that doesn't have merit. It's just how would you actually make it work? Because if you've got 5,000 people coming, then the $250 quoted by the city as being, say, like potentially foregone in parking would actually be a larger number, because presumably all those people will want parking there. So,
Thank you.
I get where it's coming from.
Thank you, Councillor Gonsalves. Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much, Leslie. Okay, well, that wraps up deputations, ladies and gentlemen. And whilst we're on that, I just wanted to remind you, at the beginning of deputations, I did mention that we normally receive these at agenda briefing forums. So we've just obviously put a lot of time into that. I don't know how to say it, but in regards to transparency, I think we could be fair to say that we are trying to be very, very transparent and very inclusive of our community, to listen to our community and to react on their concerns. So again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all very much for your deputations. Thank you for all the questions, councillors. Now we move on to item 7, which is confirmation of minutes. Okay, would anyone like to move the recommendation that confirms the minutes of the Ordinary Council meeting held on the 25th of February 2025 as a true and correct record, subject to the addition at the end of page 31, as shown on the screen? So does that mean I don't have to read it? Whee.
I do have a question.
Okay, so do we move that first? So can I have a mover for the confirmation of minutes? Councillor Bevan, and a seconder, Councillor Leeser. Okay. Questions?
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Mover to speak, Councillor Bevan. Councillor Leeser, would you like to speak to the motion?
I need to say that it's good to see that clarification, additional clarification. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Would anyone else like to speak?
So my question is related to 477 of the minutes, particularly where we move OCM 2502016, which is the electors meeting resolution. I've asked governance just for the procedure as to what happened there, and the question is that it seems that we moved one motion that seemed to have an amendment, and it seemed to be inclusive of that. Normally, we move amendments in their own right and then vote on the substantive. My question is, why was that? How has that differed from the past? And have we had any advice from Walga or others?
Okay, thank you very much for the question. Through to the CEO.
If I could invite our Manager of Governance to respond, please.
Through you, Deputy Lord Mayor, it's perfectly acceptable practice to move an original officer recommendation with the amendment included, providing the mover and the seconder agree. So the mover, I believe it was Councillor Gobbett, moved the item with an amendment. It was seconded with the agreement for the amendment to be applied, and then you voted on it as amended by the agreement of the mover and the seconder.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak to the item? No? Great. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll put this motion to a vote. All those in favour? All those against? That motion is carried. Item 8, questions by members with due notice that has been given. So there is no questions that have been received. Item 9, CEO, do we have any correspondence?
Yes, Deputy Lord Mayor, the city has prepared a public artwork statement on the Or obelisk and the arch. I would like to start by saying since 2021, 2 City of Perth prominent public artworks have been removed from their original display locations for public safety reasons. Both have been rehoused in secure storage locations. The Ore Obelisk was removed from Stirling Gardens in 2021, and the Arch, which was located at the intersection of Lake Street and James Street, Northbridge, was removed in 2023. The Ore Obelisk was installed in Stirling Gardens in 1971 as a monument to West Australia's rich mining heritage. In 2016, a piece of stone fell from the structure, which initiated the start of a regular monitoring process of the piece. In January 2020, an 80-kilogram piece of stone fell from a height of 8 metres from the sculpture. Following that incident, a structural engineer's investigation noted the degrading condition of the Ore Obelisk, and it was raised with the Cultural Advisory Committee's Public Art Subcommittee in September 2020. The family of the artist, Paul Ritter, was also advised in October 2020. As part of the regular monitoring process, the city's public art maintenance contractor, along with a structural engineer in March 2021, found that the artwork had degraded even further. The structural engineer's report indicated there is currently an unacceptable risk due to rockfall. In summary, the piece is at the end of its serviceable life and requires full replacement or major refurbishment works. Noting that several of the levels were at immediate risk of further rockfalls, it was recommended the Ore Obelisk be removed for safety reasons while future options were investigated. In April 2021, the Ore Obelisk was removed and relocated. Options for its future are being investigated and will be informed by a report currently underway into the condition of the piece. It will also give the city a realistic cost estimate of future works. In relation to the arch was installed between 2009 and 2010 at the intersection of James and Lake Street, Northbridge. In 2019, a truck hit the artwork and caused minor damage. By a routine inspection, it was noted that the quality of the external panels was deteriorating. In June 2023, a piece of cladding fell off the structure into traffic, leaving the base of the artwork exposed. The city's public artwork maintenance contractors and an engineer's report provided in August 2023 contain the following statements. Primary structural framing is severely corroded, requiring substantive remediation. Base plate is exhibiting advanced corrosion and sectional losses. We consider in situ repair of the primary steelwork and subframing to be impractical because the roundabout would need to be closed for a prolonged period. Consultation with the artist was undertaken in relation to the artwork's future. In addition, the city engaged with neighbouring businesses. There was no objections to the work's removal. In September 2023, the arch was removed and placed in storage. Full refurbishment was estimated at $1,093,000, as estimated by the artist. This does not include itemised costs of installation, transport, traffic, noise and pedestrian management or project contingencies. Allowing for these costs, the city's estimate for total reinstallation would be closer to $250,000. Currently, the James Street Revitalisation Project is at concept design stage. It was not considered prudent to return the artwork to its prior location until the design work has been completed, as it may affect footpaths and traffic directional flow, including the role of the roundabout. The arch has not been deaccessioned and is still part of the City of Perth cultural collections. It is currently in storage and was last inspected in March 2025. And so in conclusion, both the Ore Obelisk and the Arch are important pieces in the city's rich and vast public art collection, which is worth around $19 million and contains 97 pieces. Our art and cultural collections give us, the people of Perth and Western Australia, the opportunity to celebrate who we are and where we have come from. We are lucky to be the custodians of our incredible cultural collections, and let me assure you, we take our obligations seriously.
Okay. Thank you very much for that, CEO. We'll move on to item 10. We move on to petitions. A petition of over 1,180 signatures has been received prior to this meeting. I will now invite Helen Curtis to please come forward and read the petition. Please note that in accordance with clause 4.9 brackets 3 of the City's Standing Orders Local Law 2009, presentation of your petition is confined to the reading of the petition. No other discussion is to take place. Thank you, Helen. Is Helen still here? Yes.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. To the Lord Mayor and the councillors of the City of Perth. To the Lord Mayor and the councillors of the City of Perth, we the undersigned do respectfully request that the council restore or interpret Paul Ritter's The Obelisk at its original location in Stirling Gardens. 2, commission Lorena Grant to restore or reconceptualise the arch at its original location in Northbridge. 3, send the Bungie spaceman back to the US, or at least find another site that is not Perth's oldest garden. 4, ensure that any future acquisition complies with Public Art Policy CP 4.8 and is endorsed by the Culture and Arts Advisory Group and Elders Advisory Group. Why this matters. The Save the Kebab campaign urges the City of Perth to restore and reinstate the obelisk, a significant public artwork affectionately known as the kebab. This campaign raises serious concerns over the City's decision to replace this historically significant piece with Bungie Spaceman, a mass-produced sculpture by American artist Brendan Murphy at a cost of $250,000 to ratepayers. Under the City's own Public Art Policy CP 4.8, mass-produced artworks do not qualify for acquisition. This decision disregards policies on originality, local artist engagement, and heritage conservation, as well as consultation with advisory groups. Created by Paul Ritter in 1971 to celebrate Western Australia's mining heritage, the obelisk was removed in 2021 with assurances it would return, yet it now faces permanent replacement. Similarly, the arch by Lorena Grant was removed with no reinstatement plan. We call on the City to restore these works, honour its policies and protect Perth's cultural identity. By signing this petition, we call on the City of Perth to preserve our city's cultural identity, uphold its own public art policies, restore and maintain significant local artworks, and ensure public funds are spent. Sorry, I'm getting tired. Restore and maintain significant local artworks and ensure public funds are spent responsibly and transparently. Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you, councillors.
Okay, thank you very much for that. And I will just reiterate that the petition has been sent through to the councillors as well, and also for clarity, just Deputy Lord Mayor. Okay.
Point of order, Deputy Lord Mayor, I'd like to move under Standing Order 4.94A, the petition be received.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Bevan. Would you like to speak to the motion? Mover? Seconder? Are there any questions? Pardon? Yeah, so anyone to speak for or against the motion? Okay, so let's put the motion to a vote. All those in favour? That motion is carried. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, now before we move on to officers' report, there are members of the public here tonight interested in a number of motions being considered by council. In the interest to expedite that business, I call for a mover of a motion that council approves the agenda section, motions for which previous notice has been given, to be brought forward for consideration before the officers' reports. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Leeser, can I have a seconder? Councillor Doshi. No one needs to speak. Let's put that one to the vote. Those in favour? Okay, that motion's carried. Thank you very much. Okay, so we move over straight to 19, which motions of which notice has been given. We now move to item 19.1, motion, the notice of motion, which is the fencing of Wellington Square Children's Playground. Councillor Lisa, can you please move your motion?
Thank you, Chair. The motion is that Council Number 1 requests the CEO investigates the feasibility, including costs, location, design and other considerations of fencing Wellington Square Children's Playground with secure gates that can be closed at night. And 2, requests the CEO to report the results of the above investigation at the August 2025 elected member engagement session.
Can I have a seconder, please? Okay, that item has lapsed. Now we move on to item 19.2, notice of a motion, the motor sports street circuit at Burswood. Councillor Leeser, can you please move your notice of motion regarding a motorsport street circuit at Burswood?
Thank you, Chair. The motion is that Council requests that the CEO engage with the relevant department to request the City and its East Perth community is included in any consultation regarding the proposed motorsport street circuit.
Can I have a seconder? Councillor Bevan. Mover, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So the reason is that the City and relevantly the East Perth community may be impacted by the proposed motorsport street circuit, and it's therefore important that the City and its community are consulted as stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you. Seconder, would you like to speak to the motion?
Nothing further to add, thank you.
Okay, we'll open that up to debate. Would anyone like to speak for or against the motion?
Just to commend that, if I can, through
Yeah, sure.
you,
That's fine.
Deputy Lord Mayor. Just to commend that public engagement and listening to the communities is part and parcel, and hopefully the central goal of what we do, and advocating that to the state government, I think is important. Thank you.
All right, appreciate that. Would you like to close, Councillor?
Nothing further to add. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll put that motion to a vote. All those in favour? That has carried. Thank you very much for that motion. We move to motion item 19.3, cat route security. Councillor Lisa, would you like to move your motion?
Thank you, Chair. The motion is that the Council requests the CEO write to the Minister for Transport, copying in the Member for Perth and the Director General, to request consideration of transit guard services on the CAT, utilising funding through the Perth Parking Management Act.
Can I have a seconder, please? Councillor Wellard. Would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, thank you. The two-way conversion of Hay Street East is well underway, and work between the City and Transport continues, and it's looking likely that there's going to be some changes of CAT routes and various things. So it's a good opportunity for the City to advocate to focus on better security on the CAT network. Thank you.
Thank you. Seconder, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. I'd like to say that the CAT bus network across Perth is a fantastic initiative, and we should be advocating for whatever is possible to make sure that it's safe for our general public and promoted as a fantastic way to cross the city from one side to another.
Thank you. Let's put that motion to a vote. Those in favour? Sorry? Oh, sorry, didn't see that. Sorry, Councillor Bevan.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. I'd like to concur with Councillor Wellard. I too have been a witness and been a victim of bad behaviour on the CAT buses. So we need to take some action, and I thank the councillor for her motion.
Yeah, fair. That's good. Councillor Doshi, anyone else like to speak? Would you like to close? Okay, that's fantastic. Thank you. All those in favour? That one has been carried. Thank you again for that motion. Item 19.4 has been withdrawn. We move to item 19.5, notice of motion, which is the strategy for public art conservation, exhibition and acquisition in the City of Perth. There is an amendment that has been shown on screen as amended. Can I have a mover?
I'll second that.
Oh, actually, just before we do that, jumping the gun, there has been an interest of impartiality by Councillor Gonsalves. It's an impartiality, so you're not required to leave the chamber. And Councillor Leeser has also disclosed impartiality and is not required to leave the chamber. Okay, so I've moved the motion, and Councillor Gonsalves, you're seconding the motion. And to note that it is amended. Okay.
And it's the alternate in front of us, right? The amended.
Yes. Councillor Leeser.
Excuse me, Chair. I haven't had any opportunity to see this. This is the first time I'm seeing it. So can we please go down the page so we can see all the amendments?
Yes, sure can.
Can I just clarify? I think was there an alternate?
No. Just an amendment.
Can I just follow up? I really don't have enough time to digest and read all this right now. So I'm going to move a deferral motion, please, because it's quite significantly changed to what we had seen before and prepared for.
Is there a seconder for the deferral? Councillor Doshi? So that's deferred. Yeah. Now we'll put that to a vote. Those that would like to support deferral? 1, 2, 3. Those against deferral? Okay, the deferral's cancelled. So back to the original motion. Opening the motion, I'll speak to that. Where are my paperwork? Okay, so public art is a vital expression of Perth's identity. It reflects our history, celebrates our diversity, and enhances our shared spaces. This motion seeks to establish a clear and strategic direction through the redevelopment of a comprehensive public art strategy. Such a strategy will give the preservation, display and acquisition of artworks, ensuring the city is a responsible custodian of our cultural assets. To support the vision, the introduction of an annual moderately costed City of Perth Art Award could enable us to champion local art, invest in significant works and foster ongoing artistic excellence. It is essential that any acquired artwork contribute meaningfully to the city's cultural identity and broader public art collection. Additionally, artworks currently held in storage should be reviewed and assessed for the potential future enjoyment by the public. Unlocking these hidden cultural assets is an important step in enhancing community access and appreciation. Finally, an ongoing public art reserve will ensure financial stability, providing resources for long-term planning and supporting our commitment to the future in art. Thank you. Seconder, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you. So this motion upholds and furthers the strategy that as a council passed in 2015. It's now 10 years old, but the strategy still defines that public art is a unique form of cultural expression that takes the form of long-lasting features that become enduring in the city. As part of that, I believe that council has a duty to be guardians and custodians of public art on behalf of the entire community, driven first and foremost through active engagement with local artists so our city can celebrate its history and cultural legacy. Our community also needs to be reassured that we as a city have the kind of processes that respect our duty to maintain, care and invest in commissioned public art pieces. As part of that, the existing art strategy delves into areas where it's questionable whether we are living up to it. It talks about a public art reserve, an art reserve that is now at $0. It talks about a public art advisory panel, a panel that we're not sure whether it still has met. So as part of this motion is here to support the ongoing work of the administration to respond in a way to community that upholds the principles of public art, the ownership and care that comes along with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. We will now put the motion to debate. Does anyone like to speak? Councillor Bevan?
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. Some 4 years ago, when we were probably 6 months into having a new council with elected members, we did very well and we were rated very highly as, I believe, one of the most livable cities in the world. The criticism put to us was that we lacked culture. We lacked culture. And that's why I'm supporting this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Gobbett.
Thank you. I had a question first, Deputy Lord Mayor. Through to governance, potentially, is Council able to foreshadow an alternate motion to the amended motion before us?
Through you, Deputy Lord Mayor, yes.
Thank you. In that case, I'll speak against the motion as it appears before us and foreshadow that the amendment that I had circulated prior to governance be considered. And in acknowledging that the intent of the motion is to address strategy, first of all, the reinstatement of works, and to investigate future potential, what my concern is before us is that the motion is a little wordy and it might not provide the exact clear direction to the city's administration, and that we might fall short or not capture the exact intent, or in some way not able to deliver on the public expectation of the capital city as we are for the delivery of public arts. So in referencing the amendment that I'd like to make, it essentially removes the substantial amount of the wording, but keeps that council requests the CEO to prepare the public art strategy, to prepare a report for council to detailing the public works currently in storage and their restoration and reinstatement costs, and those be presented to council at a future budget, and additional opportunities for exhibitions and installations of fine and public art be presented for consideration, and that a report be presented to council to investigate establishing the Fine Art Award. That, I think, is not shooting ourselves in the foot unnecessarily, but also in accepting that the public discourse around the debate that I have seen online and that has been circulated on emails and in petitions, that we acknowledge that there is a significant public interest in this matter, but I think we should recognise that our role in this chamber is to provide the strategic direction and not get too bogged down in the weeds, so to speak, of the specific wording of the motion. So in speaking against the motion as it appears, I want to flag that it is my explicit intent to provide for what I think is a better way of capturing the good governance of this motion, to provide that strategic cultural direction to the city to address community concerns raised with public artworks currently in storage. It is a shame to see them as they currently are, and I would very much like to see works reinstated where we are able to. So for those reasons, Deputy Lord Mayor, I'm essentially speaking against it, but flagging that we're acknowledging the intent of the motion and that I think there's a better way that we can resolve this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. So what we'll do is we'll pause so governance can make sure that they've captured the foreshadowed motion, and what will happen for the rest of the councillors are wondering what happens next. So we continue to debate the item, and then we'll still vote on the item. If the item is carried, it's carried, and if it's lost, then that is a foreshadowed motion. Okay. So we'll just wait for the green light from here on in. Can you just double check to see if that's correctly represented, councillor?
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. As it appears on my screen, 1, prepare a revised public art strategy. 2, prepare a report for council detailing to A, public artworks currently in storage, their restoration and reinstatement costs and options for these works to be included in a future budget. To B, additional opportunities for exhibitions and installations of city-owned fine and public art. And 3, prepare a report for council to investigate establishing an annual Fine Art Award.
Thank you, councillor. Would anyone else? I think actually Councillor Liesel was next.
I have a question.
Thank you, Chair. We have previously, I have several questions. We have previously heard that the city is going to be receiving a large number of artworks in the next couple of years. Can we please have some details on that?
Through to the CEO.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Yes, if I could ask the General Manager, Community Development to respond, please.
Thank you, CEO. Through the Deputy Lord Mayor, yes, we will be receiving around 22 new three-dimensional artworks from land transfers and other projects. This includes the EQ area, Wardan Gardens, the Causeway and the ECU development. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a further follow-up question. Can we have the air conditioning back on? But also, can the city has a culture and arts advisory group, which we've heard about quite a bit tonight. What kind of items does this committee work on, please?
Thank you. Through to the CEO.
And thank you, General Manager, Community Development.
Thank you, CEO. Through the Deputy Lord Mayor, the Culture Arts Advisory Group is made up of leaders and practitioners from across the arts community. So it does include people from a visual art space as well as performing arts, heritage and planning and other areas in that arts and culture space. So it is a broader group. So they do receive items that could range to some of our public realm projects and design of those. They also receive projects such as our upcoming, Bulu Heritage Festival and activations and work in that space. I do note that in September last year, we brought forward to the Culture Arts Advisory Group an item on public art planning and strategy, including a case study around the arch. And that was discussed at that time, including an update on the collection, key considerations for the future, the transfer of the items that we've mentioned tonight, and collection path forward, as well as the vision and strategy for the path forward. And that was a great discussion. We have an upcoming meeting with the Culture Arts Advisory Group where we have also tabled an item regarding our collections of historical works and their future as well in terms of those commemorative works. Thank you.
Thank you, GM.
Thank you. And now I have some debate. So looking at this motion, a lot of it is underway, as we've heard, or happening. And while I appreciate the intent behind fostering artistic expression, I must oppose allocating significant city funds to any art award, particularly in the current economic climate. Many of our residents are grappling with harsh realities of rising living costs and struggling to afford basic necessities. So to divert substantial public resources towards a competition that, while culturally enriching, is ultimately non-essential, feels very inconsistent. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bevan.
This is probably semantics, but what is the correct term and what term should we be using? Because it could be confusing. Is it an art award or is it a fine art award? What terminology should we use to be all-encompassing for this to give us a better range?
I think I can answer that question. It's an art award. Councillor Doshi.
Thank you. Through you, DLM. So one of my questions is around the amended motion that's come through from Councillor Gobbert. Can the administration please advise us or let us
Just a
know
point
if
of order
they...
whether that's relevant, because that's still not yet on the agenda.
I'll just check with governance.
It's about a future emotion rather than...
So, point of order, Chair. Members aren't to interrupt unless to raise a point of order. I didn't hear a reference to the standing orders.
And the point of order...
Deputy Lord Mayor, yeah, that's correct, unless you're raising a point of order.
I am raising a point of order that whether we are talking about this motion or not.
Through you, Deputy Lord Mayor. The foreshadowed motion was also raised during discussion of this motion. So I think if Councillor Doshi would like to take the opportunity to clarify something, then she should be provided that opportunity.
Go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Governance. So my question was around whether the administration, I've lost my chain of thought now, if the administration could advise if the amended motion that we've seen on the screen today, the shortened version by Councillor Gobbert, if that would be deemed more beneficial for the administration to work from than the current one, please.
Through to you, CEO.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Yes, the clarity in Councillor Gobbert's proposed amendment is very valuable. It talks to strategic position of strategic oversight, which is in the intent and the wording and is the role of council.
Thank you. Any other questions or debate?
Now that we know that we can...
Just one quick one. I was just going to go to Councillor Coe.
Yeah, thanks, Deputy Lord Mayor. Just listening to everyone talking now, and I got a question, and I'm happy for this to be taken on notice. A lot of the art that we own is made from metal, wood, it will deteriorate, okay? Even with the best maintenance, they will fall apart. What's the process of decommissioning art? If it becomes unrepairable, destroyed in an accident, is it unique for every piece of art? Or is it actually something, because I can't find it in the art strategy. Can you just share on that?
Through to you, CEO.
Thank you. The General Manager, Community Development can respond. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO. Through the Deputy Lord Mayor, every piece of art is inspected on a case-by-case basis in a regular maintenance program. And in the event of significant deterioration or accidents, for example, if an artwork is close to a footpath or a road, if there is a traffic accident and the damage is so significant that it's considered irreparable, we would always get an expert opinion on this. We do not make that assessment ourselves, so we would have an inspection by a public art maintenance contractor, as you've heard mentioned several times tonight, as well as engineering assessments for works where required, and reports developed. We would consult with the artist involved, including any proposal or possibility to de-accession the work is done in conjunction with the artist. We do not make that decision independently. A report would then come to the CEO regarding that. It is a very careful process, and to the point where whilst a work may be in a condition where it cannot be put back in place in its current state, exploring the options around reimagining, reinterpreting that work or reinstating that work in terms of our overall planning of the collection is a case-by-case process. So it is very carefully and thoroughly done on that basis before any work would be de-accessioned, which is what we would use if we were going to remove it from our collection. Thank you.
Okay, I think that the only person left who can speak back on the item is Councillor Wellard. Everyone has already spoken on the item. Okay, so in that...
I have a question, Dylan.
Yeah, sorry, questions are fine.
Yes, can I just ask for the public record, under Standing Order 8.3, which procedure on the point of order was being breached when Councillor Gonsalves interrupted Councillor Doshi?
Okay, thank you. Through to Governance.
Through you, Deputy Lord Mayor, could you please quote that section again?
Sure. The Standing Order 8.3 procedures on a point of order. A member raising a point of order is to specify one of the grounds of the breach of order before speaking further on the matter. I queried which was the point of order being breached to warrant the interruption under Standing Order 7.3.
I think that's a question for Councillor Gonsalves.
Can we just, for clarity, this is a question, not a point of order. It's a question. I think I should just clarify that, just so that everyone knows. Again, I'm asking a question. That we have the foreshadowed item side by side, or if we can have another look at that, because what was sent to me was different from what just flashed before, and I think it's important to see what is being foreshadowed.
Thank you. Through to Governance.
Through you, Deputy Lord Mayor, can we please have the amended motion on the screen?
It's just up on the screen now. If you'd like to refer to it, it's the alternate motion.
Thanks. As I reserve my right to speak as a seconder.
Yeah, unfortunately, you've already spoken on that one, so we can only ask questions.
Yep. So question is, was that received by the administration? The alternate motion.
Through you, Charlie. Governance.
Through you, Deputy Lord Mayor, I don't believe it was.
And for you, Deputy Lord Mayor, I received a more extensive version of this short alternate motion at 4:03. Did you receive this version of the alternate motion, which is effectively 5 lines, versus one that was CC'd to me at 4:03? That was much longer.
I may have at 4:03. I was actually in a meeting with governance going through the agenda items, so I may have, but I was busy at the time, not checking emails. However, from what I understand, I think it was effectively read from the floor. Is that right?
I'm not sure if we're talking about the same alternate motion, Deputy Lord Mayor. This is my alternate motion.
I understand. I did ask the Deputy Lord Mayor if he had his own alternate motion, which I believe was similar but more expansive than this.
No, I don't have an alternate motion. No, I don't. Yeah, no, I definitely don't.
I've got an email here saying that was the alternate motion being moved from you, and so I'd like to clarify what happened at that point.
Okay, so if I do have it, it's not that I'm being deceitful. It's that it's been a long night and I'm a little confused. However, only the items raised in this meeting can be considered in chamber.
So can I ask whether you were originally intending to put an alternate motion and then withdrew that? You certainly said that to me.
Councillor Gonsalves, unless it's raised in the chamber, it's irrelevant.
And just a question, I'd be happy, considering there's different versions of this motion going, whether to seek a point of order to defer the entire matter.
Through to you, governance.
Through you, Deputy Lord Mayor, I believe Councillor Leeser already tried to move a deferral for this item, and it was lost.
Okay, so I think I can close, if that's okay, and there's no more further, sorry, Councillor, questions only.
Through you, Deputy Lord Mayor, am I okay to ask a question about the prize award element of this motion, whichever one it wants to sit in? Oh, thank you. Sorry. I've spent the weekend speaking to a number of different people in the arts world here in Perth, in WA. I've been fortunate enough to get their feedback, and the general consensus has been that the partnerships can help leverage from existing frameworks and networks and expertise. And it's a better use of resources, in their opinion, in reducing the administrative and financial burdens on the city. I would like to ask the administration what their thoughts are on that comment.
Okay, thank you. Through to the CEO.
If I could please invite the General Manager, Community Development to respond.
Thank you, CEO. Through the Deputy Lord Mayor, people in the arts community would
certainly have varying and multiple perspectives on what the best approach might be for the city in supporting artists and arts programs. I certainly can understand, and I think the city would understand, that there may be a case and a preference for some people to encourage the city to look at programs that may provide additional support for existing individual or artists or small arts organisations or other arts organisations through a variety of different programs such as grants and sponsorships and other measures. Equally, a public art prize is another avenue to do so for direct delivery. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, what I'll do is I'll close debate now, if that's okay. Ladies and gentlemen, the intent of this motion is clear and it is fair and it is well-meaning. And I also believe the responses of the administration are clear and fair and well-meaning. Our art and our artworks and sculptures are civic assets. They belong to the city and in many cases will and should remain part of our landscape long after we have passed through. This motion is about gathering the relevant information we as a council will need to make informed decisions regarding the safekeeping, the showcasing and the storage of these important pieces. City administration has agreed with us that the 2015 art strategy is outdated and is confirmed that it is due for review. And this is welcome news and it reinforces the spirit and the intent of this motion. The introduction of an artwork competition that should be modest in cost is an excellent way for the city to engage with both established and emerging artists. It provides a practical tool for continuing to grow in our public art collection in a meaningful way and invest in local artists. Lastly, reviewing public artworks that have been removed and are currently in storage is an important step. The motion is simply asking for a collation of that information, and administration has acknowledged that this is a significant body of work and proposed a timeline to reflect that. We owe it to these artworks and to the community that they were created for to ensure they are considered in a fair, transparent and reasonable manner. And for this reason, I ask you to support the motion. What we'll do now is we'll go to the vote. Those in favour of the motion? 1, 2, 3, 4. Those against? I'll cast the vote. The motion's carried. Okay, now we're moving on to item 19.6, notice of motion to activate free car parks for Wellington Square events. The following interests have been declared. Councillor Lisa has disclosed a proximity interest and is required to leave the chamber. Councillor Doshi, can you please move your motion?
Thank you, through you, Deputy Lord Mayor. I seek that the Council approves free weekend parking being made available at the Royal Street car park, which is the closest to City Farm, to accommodate city-approved events being held at Wellington Square that are anticipated to attract over 5,000 attendees. Having recently experienced the very lively atmosphere of Holi last weekend, there were over 10,000.
Councillor, before you speak to the motion, I'll just quickly jump in and get a seconder. That's okay. We'll get a seconder there from Councillor Wellard, and you keep far away.
Sorry, thank you. Having recently experienced the extremely lively event at Holi at Wellington Square 2 weeks ago, with over 10,000 people in attendance, it was very clear that the increasing accessibility to the park was crucial, and it was a struggle on the day itself through the organisers. While we are fortunate to have a reliable public transport system and are well connected at the heart of the city, offering additional parking options could ensure that even more visitation to the city and surrounding areas and people can enjoy the park. Ultimately, I believe that any potential temporary loss of car parking in that specific location and revenue would be outweighed by the benefits of the increased foot traffic and the positive impact on local businesses in the area. I would like a more proactive approach to Wellington Square, making it a priority for community and, most importantly, activation. Thank you.
Thank you. Just before, we'll just ask the seconder if they'd like to speak to the motion.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. I do speak in favour of this motion. I think having this car park available to major events is a positive move. It will allow increased visitation to our events on that square, but more importantly, hopefully reduce congestion in the suburban streets around Claysbrook and make it a safer place to live while these events are going on at Wellington Square. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll open for debate. Would anyone like to speak for or against?
I have a
Councillor Bevan?
question, please, Deputy Lord Mayor. My question is, how big is the car park at Royal Street?
Good question through the CEO.
If I could invite the General Manager Commercial to respond to that, please.
Sorry, I don't know off the top of my head. I'll have to take that on notice.
I'd be happy with a guesstimate.
Yeah, I think it's somewhere around that number.
It's about 8 levels. It's the one that's on the corner, just right on top of the hairdressers that's on Royal Street there.
No, it's opposite City Farm, Perth City Farm, on Royal Street, near the Department of Education.
We'll take it on notice. That's fine. Another question, follow up?
I have an alternative motion, and it is simply that the council approve a $5 all-day parking fee being made available to the Royal Street.
We'll just capture that on screen.
It's just the first sentence.
Once it's on the screen, we'll have a chance to read that, and then we'll be seeking a seconder. Just for clarification, I believe, because it affects budgeting, governance is just checking in with our CFO for correct wording. Of course. Councillor Bevan, before we absorb that, can you just double check that that is correct, the alternate motion on your screen?
Yes, and including the rest of the motion. Yeah.
Okay, so that's an amendment.
Yes, please.
Can I have a seconder, please? Yep, okay. Yep, seconder. So if you'd like to speak to the motion, please.
So I'm saying I congratulate Councillor Doshi on her motion, but I believe that $5, once again, $5 is not a great amount of money for someone to pay for parking. And I think that it will not stop people from using the car park. And we have maintenance costs, we have staff costs, and we have an investment in those car parks. Just like we do when we voted for the weekend for $5 in Northbridge and so on. So, and in the city for 6 o'clock in the evening till 6 o'clock in the morning. I believe that $5 is a small amount of money. It won't even get you a cup of coffee these days, and it will go. It would earn us at least $4,000. And with people coming and going, could be a lot more than that, and would go into the coffers and help maintain our car parks and not hurt the people who are going to use it. In fact, if the fee was $10, I'm sure people going to these events would be grateful for that cost, that it be so small as well. And it would be very convenient for people going along to these events. And also it would encourage more people to come to these events knowing that they'd be paying only a small fee for parking, which is secure and undercover and convenient to the event itself.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll just seek some clarification or input from the CEO.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. If I could ask the General Manager Commercial to respond to the comments, please.
I think it's worth noting that the car park from the 31st of March will actually be at $8. So that's the fee schedule that came through council and was approved. So not a huge difference to your proposal, but just making it very clear that it is intended to go, and as a standard weekend rate will be $8 a day.
If I might add to the General Manager's statement, just to say I think the intent behind the notice of motion is around activation and also looking to lean into supporting that activation in the community in East Perth. As part of that, I think Councillor Wellard's commentary around the safety that activation brings, that the opportunity for free-flowing traffic around the neighbourhood is also advantageous. So the intent being to activate and remove any barriers that people might have. There is also a very good transport network as well, so we would always lean towards that in the first instance, but also having been at the Holly event, the benefit of having free parking, I think, would have really assisted the event organisers, the participants, the neighbourhood, and also, I think, reinforced our commitment to activate that particular area of the city.
Okay, thank you. Seconder, would you like to speak to the motion?
Can I just ask a question? Yeah, is that right? When was Holly? Was it on a weekend or was it a weekday?
Last Sunday, wasn't it? Sunday week.
Sunday week, was it? Okay.
Not last Sunday, Sunday week. No further. Okay, let's open it up for debate. Would anyone like to speak for or against?
Just a question. Has the administration considered whether this can apply at other parks, and does restricting it at Wellington Park present any equity issues?
The CEO.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. And in response, we've only responded to this particular motion.
Councillor Wellard.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. I'm speaking against the amendment. The proposal for a cross-the-year fee of $5 is, of course, only slightly less than the fee that is currently in place as $8. I support the original motion in the state that it's in because it does provide that incentive to keep people off the residential streets during events, and of course channel people towards a safer place to park their vehicles. Thank you.
Okay, and I'd just like to add some information that will be relevant. The vote for the amendment will be by absolute majority, and the vote for the motion is absolute majority. With this change.
Just have a question.
Just quickly, only because Councillor Gobbett was just in front of you, mate.
Thank you, DLM. And just a point of clarification, are we just voting on the amendment itself on point 2? Yes, it's not an amended motion, is it? No.
No, the
It appeared
amendment.
different
The amendment
earlier.
to the motion. Councillor Gonsalves?
Yeah, my question was similar on that basis, but it also extends to the fact that we've said Royal Street twice in one, Royal Street car park to be free, and then to amend Royal Street to be $5. How can you have both?
It's the same car park, so that's fine.
Well, it's mutually exclusive whether you make it free or $5. Oh, one is that the intention, that one be only?
The very first, prior to the amendment, it's for free parking in the Royal Street car park. And then the amendment is to have all-day parking on the same car park to be $5.
Not over the weekend, for all other days?
No, just during the events, as per the original part of the motion. So approve the free weekend parking being made available at Royal Street car park to accommodate city-approved events being held at Wellington Square that are anticipated to attract over $5,000 and 5,000 attendees.
Well, just another question. I guess on that basis, 2 doesn't include the section in 1 where it says approved events being held at Wellington Square. So the way I read it, 2 could be...
It complements the original motion. The original motion stands with the amendment of the fee attached, if that makes sense.
Can it be another sentence where it includes that this is only for Wellington Square where 5,000 attendees are in?
No. Unless you want to move an amendment. Would anyone else like to speak for or against?
Yeah, again, a few more questions. Just the rationale of it being over 5,000. What is the purpose when we are trying to attract people into the city? And that's obviously the days where it's busiest, but we've been quoted that the car park earns $250 a day. But surely when it's the busiest, we're not earning $250 a day, we're actually maxing it out. So it seems a bit curious that we would then give away our parking at the busiest time when we need to be charging for it. So has the administration looked at that and considered whether we should be giving free parking when it is the busiest time and it's the peak time for us to generate income?
Okay, thank you. Through to the CEO.
And through to the General Manager Commercial, please.
I think there may be some confusion. The original motion talked about giving away free parking during an event at the weekends. And what we've concluded here that the value of that or the opportunity cost is going to be no more than $250. That's what we've concluded on a typical weekend. We've looked at a Saturday and Sunday, concluded that we're only generating around $250.
But I guess my point here, another question, is that through Deputy Lord Mayor, is it's not a typical weekend. We've only been given the fees. We've been given $250 for a typical weekend, but we are actually putting in this motion that it's not for a typical weekend. It is for only when 5,000 or more people are attending events. So surely that is going to cost us a lot more than $250.
Through the GM. Okay.
Yeah, through the Deputy Lord Mayor, I can advise that it was $1,900 that we achieved during the last event for that particular car park.
And why wasn't that provided to us as part of this consideration? I mean, that is a key detail for us to consider, and we've been basing our decision on that's going to cost $250, and yet I hear now that it's going to cost nearly 10 times the amount.
Okay, thank you. Through to the GM.
Through the Deputy Lord Mayor, I think I was clear to say that this represents a typical weekend. I didn't say that the event, I was very clear it was a typical weekend.
Again, another question, just and through you, Deputy Lord Mayor, and maybe it's for the CEO to answer, but when we are considering an item, we are needing information to make our decisions under the Local Government Act, but we are being given information that relates to a typical weekend, which is not the equivalent of the decision in front of us. I would argue that this is insufficient, and so I'd like to know why why information that relates to the decision itself was not provided.
Thank you, Councillor. Back through to the GM.
Through the Deputy Lord Mayor, I'll repeat the same thing. I was asked to respond, and I said on a typical weekend that is the opportunity cost. I wasn't asked any other question about what the value or what the opportunity cost was on that particular event.
Again, maybe this is more for the CEO, but it goes through you, Deputy Lord Mayor, that in terms of determining what to answer and what to ask, the Local Government Act requires that we make these decisions on information that relates to the decision. And in this case, we've been given information that is neither here nor there.
Probably need a question, that's all.
And I still don't understand why we're not being given the information required, the financial information required for this decision. Not a typical day, because that could be a different motion. We're being asked for an event day where there is a peak capacity.
Councillor, that's fine. And what I heard was that you still don't understand, and I appreciate that and hear that. But it's not a question. So what I'm going to advise we do is, because it does require absolute majority on both the amendment and the resolution of the original item, I'm going to go through to the vote. So can we please...
I do have other questions.
Okay, well, let's try to be succinct with the questions.
Has the administration looked at if we were to provide free parking?
Okay, so what we'll do is, if we can just get the amendment, the questions to the amendment first, then raise the amendment, and then once that's raised, then any questions to the original item, then we'll go back to that, if that's okay. So do we have any questions in regards to point two, which is the amendment?
What are the financial implications of charging an all-day fee of $5 at parking at Royal Street Car Park?
Thank you. Through to the CEO.
Thank you. I think the General Manager may have taken that on notice, but I will direct to the General Manager Commercial in case that is not the case.
Correct, we'll take that on notice.
Right, thank you, GM. So back to any questions regarding item 2, which is the amending the parking fees to be all-day fee of $5. Are there any questions?
Other question is, to you, Deputy Lord Mayor, how are we supposed to make a decision when we don't have the required information for us to be able to judge this? And if you've got an answer for that, I then...
Yeah, so you can vote against it. What I did here was $1,900 versus $250, so I think you're around about the $1,600 mark.
Yeah, I don't feel like so I'll move a point of a procedural that we defer the item entirely.
Okay, we'll need a seconder on that one. Do we have a seconder? To defer the amendment. I assume it's defer the amendment, and then that would defer... That would just defer the amendment, then we'd be voting on the original. Okay, so that's lapsed. Yeah, so we're just debating the amendment.
Okay.
So
I can move
so
that later.
basically that's lapsed. So what we'll do, are there any more questions in regards to the amendment, which is the fee of $5 all-day parking? No. Councillor Bevan, would you like to close?
I certainly would. Thank you. We need to encourage people to come to the city, and we also need to encourage people to pay their way. I don't believe paying $5 is going to impinge upon people coming to these events. And also, where do we stop and start with these events? Does it mean that every time we have an event in the city that we give away free parking to everybody in our car parks? I think we're starting a dangerous precedent here, and I believe that encouraging people to come and giving them a very low fee for parking undercover with security is a real benefit to them. It's only a small amount. As I said, it doesn't even get you a cup of coffee. And I believe as a City of Perth Council, we need to run a good business. And this is an opportunity, just like the $5 on the weekend, which raised, was it $4 million over the year. This too is an opportunity for us to make some fees to help pay for our maintenance, help pay for other things that we do in the city. We also don't forget that we already support these events with grants and incentives. So they're not sort of only receiving free parking from the City of Perth. And once again, $5 is a very small amount for people to pay to receive a very good service in the City of Perth.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's put that to the vote. Those in favour to the amendment, call out the names. So we've got Councillor Bevan, Councillor Coe, Councillor Gonsalves. I'm just trying to... We did vote on this a couple of weeks ago, didn't we? Too busy thinking. Yeah, I'll vote against it, sorry. So, all those against? Okay, so the names are, we've got Councillor Gobbett, Councillor Wellard and myself and Councillor Doshi. Okay, so that has been lost. Now we'll return to the original motion. Would anyone like to speak for or against the original motion?
So, Deputy Lord Mayor, I appreciate we're in the middle of a debate, but for the comfort of staff, I'd like to move that under Standing Order 12.1B that the meeting now adjourn for a period of 5 minutes.
Yeah, let's just finish this closed debate, if that's okay. Would anyone like to speak for or against the original?
I have some questions.
Okay.
The issue of 5,000, what's the rationale of keeping it only 5,000, and why isn't it an event that is 1,000 worthy? Why isn't an event that's 5,000 worthy? Surely those smaller events probably need greater support. So I would like to know whether the administration looked at that.
Through the CEO.
I am not certain how the 5,000 was arrived at. I think that might be more a question for the councillor, but equally happy to talk with governance who may have been giving some advice at the time. I'm uncertain as to how the number was arrived at. Eddie's happy to pass that to the appropriate councillor or officer.
Councillor Doshi, do you want to weigh in on that one?
Yeah, so 5,000 came about because the event that I attended on that particular day, there were over 10,000 people there. To justify a car parking space that has 800 spaces for a 1,000 persons event might not be as tangible, remembering that we are trying to encourage people to use public transport and walk where possible. So this was really sort of designed around those festivals and those events where we look at the higher grant funding. So the higher grant fundings are tiered, and that's why I looked at the 5,000 mark when putting this motion forward.
Okay, can I just ask a question just quickly there? So with other car parks in other neighbourhoods, how do we justify to applications from other parks and other neighbourhoods when they will compare the ruling on this particular car park in this neighbourhood?
Sure, through you, DLM. So the reason why Wellington Square was of particular interest for me in this particular motion at this moment in time that we're in was because on the 31st, as stated by the General Manager, the rate goes up to $8 anyway. So we've already taken free parking away from people in the city. Wellington Square, as we know, is having a lot of issues at the moment in terms of antisocial behaviour. And although we can advocate for things through state and WAPOL and other organisations to help eradicate that, the things that we have in our power here, outside of advocacy, is being able to activate a space and bring people to it. So I felt, as a resident of East Perth and a person who has young children and a family and uses the parks, that Wellington Square in particular was attractive. The other reason was we know as a city that we are constantly contending against Burswood Park for events. We are being taken away from events that the state want over in Burswood. So if a motion like this was to pass, it could be the decider as to whether events come here or not. And I think that where it's located, the little use that it has anyway, which has been demonstrated, even if you go down there on a weekend, you see that that whole area is empty because the workforce is not there. It's a great use of space and activation, so it will help reduce, not get rid of, but it will assist with the reduction of antisocial behaviour, I think.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions? And no, that was a response to Councillor Gonsalves' questions. Yeah.
Has the city looked at the impact on traffic and the fact that the car park is right next to Claysbrook Station and may affect people's willingness to take otherwise sustainable forms of transport?
Through the CEO.
I think, as was previously mentioned, always our key driver is for alternative modes of transport, and particularly given state government initiatives with regards to flat rates as far as public transport is concerned. I think for some events, when you are bringing along larger groups of people, then cars, for lots of different reasons, are options. The city hasn't actually considered public transport versus parking versus other e-scooters and the like. So we've just looked at this proposal.
Okay, well, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to wrap that up and go to
I
close.
do have a further question.
I think we've looked at this from just about every angle, Councillor. So
I'd like to put my question, though.
Yeah, Councillor, I'm sorry, but Councillor Doshi, I'm going to ask you to close, please.
I have nothing further to say. Thank you.
Okay, so what we'll do now is we will put that to a vote. So those in favour.
Sorry, we hadn't given our speeches. You didn't.
It's closed now, mate. Okay, so let's have a quick look at those in favour. Councillor Doshi, Councillor Bevan, Councillor Weller. No, this is the original one. I've heard enough to give me question marks. So those against? Councillor Gobbard, Councillor Coe, Councillor Gonsalves and myself. Okay, so that's lost. Now what we'll do is we'll go back to Councillor Gobbart's motion to have a 5-minute comfort break.
Just a question there. Catherine. What was the rationale
Deputy
for that?
Councillor Lisa.
Oh, we need to vote on that, I believe. Sorry, voted on the taking a break. Oh, yes, thank you.
Okay, so Councillor Lisa, welcome back. We're actually about to vote on taking a 5-minute break, believe it or not, after coming back there. So I'll need a seconder for that motion, Councillor Bevan. So what we'll do is we'll adjourn for a 5-minute break. Sorry, we need to vote on it. So those in favour? Okay, that's been carried. We've got a 5-minute break. Thank you. So just for clarification, why I shut it down, because I felt we'd got all the information required.
That's right.
Yeah, mate, but
When I said tomorrow, I just wanted to ask about Leslie said about traffic issues all day. I appreciate you called us.
I knew it was going.
It's okay. Thanks.
Otherwise, we'd be here all night, and the results. Then we'll be ready to restart. If we can just check the live stream. Okay, welcome back. So we move now, before we move on to our officer report, the following items have been identified to be moved en bloc. They will appear up on the screen in 1 second. And whilst that happens, I will call out those items. It's 11.2, 11.3, 11.4, 15.1, 15.2, 17.1, 17.2 and 18.1. Do any of the elected members wish to extract any of these items I've just listed en bloc? Can I move a motion for these items to be dealt en bloc? Can I get a seconder of the motion? Councillor Gonsalves. Do any members oppose this motion? No. That motion being unopposed, I declare it carried. The recommendations of these items have now been passed en bloc in accordance with Clause 9.2 of the City of Perth Standing Orders Local Law 2009. And the officers and/or committee recommendations have now been adopted by Council. We move now to item 11, which is the Planning and Sustainability Alliance reports. We now move to item 11.1, which is the expansion of the 40 km/h speed zones. Can I have someone to move the motion? Councillor Leeser. Seconder, Councillor Wellard. Mover, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Chair. Due to the growth and increasing density in Greater Perth, we're now being asked to reduce speed limits to 40 kilometres an hour, which we're told has been effective in mitigating serious injuries and fatalities in urban environments. This consultation is about engaging with our community, which will ultimately contribute to a safer and more harmonious existence between vehicles, pedestrians and cyclists within our beautiful city of Perth. I, for one, look forward to reading the comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Leeser. Seconder, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. I echo the comments from Councillor Leeser. This is a good movement to make our streets safer across the city. I also commend the work that's been done to date by the administration to work with the elected members on identifying arterial roads to be made exempt from this in a sensible manner so we can have a functional city as well as a safe city.
Thank you, Councillor Wallard. It's Councillor Leeser. Okay, would anyone else like to...
Just to point that I've moved an amendment that was sent to governance. Sorry? I've moved an amendment that was sent to governance.
Through to governance?
And to you, of course, Deputy Lord Mayor.
Through you, Deputy Lord Mayor. As mentioned earlier, you haven't moved a motion unless it's in this chamber. You send it to governance for us to just review it to make sure you've got the best version of it available.
Yep, so
but it's not moved until you choose to in the chamber.
Yes, so I choose to move that now. Thanks.
Can I have a seconder to the motion, please? To the movement?
Yeah, we need to put it up.
Yeah, we'll just pop it up.
That's what I'm basically asking.
Okay, so that is now up on screen. So I assume that the amendments would be items 4, 5 and 6. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, we'll just review that. We need them to review it first before they can second it. Can I have a seconder to the motion, please? Okay, Councillor Coe, can I please have you speak to the amendment?
Sure, this is an amendment that came directly from the deputation we had at the ABS, but also because we have been reached out by other elected members across the city, and I want to give particular regard to the correspondence received by us from the Deputy Mayor at the town of Cambridge, who elaborated that they're dealing with the exact same issues of how to functionally make the city a safer space while also keeping some network and distributor roads. The Deputy Mayor of Cambridge, the town of Cambridge, mentioned that all distributor A roads as classified by main roads with dual carriageways and little to no driveways are actually out of scope of this project, and that he earnestly urged us to consider the issues there. That was also raised by the deputation to include Plain Street and Riverside Drive, and to not include that as part of the 40-kilometre speed zones for the moment. The issues on Plain Street and Riverside Drive are easy to identify. Riverside Drive is a street with zero access and driveways. There is no one coming in and out of Riverside Drive. The people on Riverside Drive are going through it. Those on Plain Street are similarly doing the same, with a small section, of course, around Royal Street. But for the most part, they play valuable roles in being able to move traffic around safely, move traffic around in a way that is efficient. And I'm worried that if we simply make everything in East Perth 40 kilometres, we simply have a situation where people disregard what the speed zones are when it really does come down to local zones and local streets. I want people to be respecting 40 kilometres when they're on these local streets, and when they are on a dual carriageway with little driveways, I want us to be able to have a system that respects and understands that people will naturally drive at a speed that they feel the road can carry. The fifth and sixth point is an area that's often brought up with us being a city that borders on a number of councils. I think it's important for us to recognise that our boundary streets are no less important, particularly Broadway and Newcastle Street, which both play really functional roles as commercial centres in their own right. They have a lot of pedestrian activity. And for us to just disregard that and leave it as a 50-kilometre zone because it's just simply too hard or unknown is not sending the right message. People on Newcastle and Broadway Crawley really do want the same kind of treatment as everyone else. So in that scenario, we're asking the CEO to work earnestly with the City of Vincent and City of Nedlands on what proposals can be taken forward there. Thank you.
Okay, just quickly before we go to the seconder to speak, Councillor Coe, is it okay if I just jump in and ask for some clarification from the CEO in regards to what the implications might be with these amendments? Through to you, CEO.
Thank you very much, Deputy Lord Mayor. If I could invite the General Manager, Planning and Sustainability to respond, please.
Thank you, CEO. Through the Deputy Lord Mayor, essentially this paper is brought before Council as a consultation piece. So we're seeking your resolution to go out to talk to our communities around the expansion of the 40k hour speed zone. So we're not necessarily forming a view at this point around where it should be applied and where it shouldn't be applied, but rather open up the conversation with our communities on that basis. And certainly some of the questions that we are formulating at this point in time to engage with the community will be around, do you consider 40k as an expansion across the city as something that you would support? And if not, under what circumstances would you support? Would it be around your main street sort of environments? Would it be around your local streets? So we're really trying to have that conversation with the communities to get that feedback, to be able to then inform on what basis we would recommend the 40k zone expansion apply. So coming back to some of the conversation from last week's briefing session, where a lot of those questions were asked of administration, the consultation will tease that out. That consultation with our adjoining councils will also be part of that. So if you exclude certain streets from that conversation, that means that you won't get the feedback around those streets in question. Certainly with Riverside Drive, we understand with that particular street, the basis for the exclusion, and we are currently going through a consultation on the master plan at present. So that in some regard, because of its long-term nature, may be one that we do exclude, but certainly to extend it any further is something that we just want to be able to have that conversation with the community in the first instance.
Thank you, GM. So what I'm hearing is this is for community consultation only, but I am also hearing the questions, but reiterating this is to go to community consultation. Councillor Coe, would you like to speak as a seconder?
Can I just ask a question then? If you're saying that the roads that are currently being involved to be excluded, so Plain Street, Riverside, if we exclude them, they won't be discussed, right? But then in our motion, we also want Newcastle Street to be considered as well as Broadway to be considered. Can that also be included as a discussion? Because I still think, so if you're saying that we will exclude it, if we end up taking out Plain Street and Riverside, then shouldn't we actually, because we feel that we should actually discuss both Broadway and Newcastle, shouldn't we just include that then? So only that first part, number 4, is the problem.
Thank you, Councillor Coe. Councillor Bevan.
I think the amendment is well put. I believe that will help good traffic flow, and it will take cars from the centre of the city and take them to the outskirts of the city so they can move away in a tidy fashion. With regard to the schools, some people might argue with Plain Street, there's going to be a school not on Plain Street but near Plain Street. Well, let us deal with that when we have the school. That could be many years away. And if it does impinge upon the traffic speed, well, then we'll deal with it then. But I believe that this is a good motion.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bevan. Councillor Gobbett has a question.
Yes. Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. Is it the administration's view, based on what the General Manager has articulated, that the amendment point 4 is asking or would be directing the CEO to do something that is out of scope, and points 5 and 6 are suggesting that the CEO do work on something that is already proposed to seek feedback under the parts 1, 2 and 3?
Thank you for the question. Through to the CEO.
Yes, and to the General Manager, Planning and Sustainability, please.
Thank you, CEO. Through the Deputy Lord Mayor, in regards to point 4, which is seeking to exclude the 2 streets in question, that is entirely the Council's decision. If you wish to exclude, it's not out of scope as such. It's just it would determine then what we put to the community and what they can comment on. With respect to 5 and 6, those streets, in terms of conversations with City of Vincent and with the City of Nedlands, will be happening in any case.
Thank you, GM. I have a question through to the CEO. This decision is around community consultation. I don't think this decision is around us selecting which streets are or aren't 40 kilometres. The question is, most of those streets that I can see, I believe, are main roads decisions. So I've got a feeling, and I'm just wondering to see if I'm correct. Are we debating something that we're not going to be making a decision on? If that makes sense.
It could be, Deputy Lord Mayor, that the opportunity exists. This goes out to community. Some of the feedback that we receive actually could relate to exactly these areas, but we will be asking and talking with other councils. We'll also be talking with community and businesses, so we'll have some solid feedback, and so the decision can still be amended. It's just there will be evidence to support some of the rationale behind making some of these potential changes as are being proposed.
A quick follow-up question to that. So if we're identifying these streets and we miss some streets that should be identified, how will that? What are the implications of that on us making this amendment?
I think, Deputy Lord Mayor, the point being that this consultation may well raise streets that hadn't been contemplated. So it is the unintended consequences, which is why going out to community with the broadest possible canvas, asking for the feedback and then enabling council to look more deeply at some of that feedback and some of these issues now. So I would suggest, rather than arriving at a conclusion, the possibility to hear from community first might better inform a council decision.
Thank you, CEO. Through to Councillor Bevan.
I have a question. Do we have a contradiction here where we're saying that we don't want any excluded roads, rather, and we already have quite a few, and yet you have Riverside Drive, which is 100 metres from any building, and that's not included in the excluded properties, or streets rather. You got Wellington Street, Warraway Street, Rose Street, all excluded, along with Kings Park Road and Malcolm Street. I'm not saying they shouldn't be excluded, but I think that Riverside Drive and Plain Street have great merit in being excluded from this this event.
So what was the actual question?
The question is, why do we have some streets not excluded, and we have some that obviously should be? Why aren't they?
Okay,
or do we take them all away and start from scratch, which would seem to be a fair way of doing things?
Okay, through the CEO.
Through to the GM Planning and Sustainability, please.
Thank you, CEO. Through the Deputy Lord Mayor, you would have noticed in your papers following the agenda briefing session of last week that the map that accompanies this report actually shows an amendment which includes the Riverside Drive as an exclusion to the expansion of the 40k speed zone. And the reason that that was amended was on that very basis around consistency. We acknowledged that with the Riverside Drive fronting onto the riverfront, and the riverfront undergoing current consultation, that this would be a long-term development scenario and therefore would be addressed as part of any redevelopment or stage development of the riverfront. So from that point of view, and in terms of those consistencies that the councillor has raised, that's why we've taken that approach. Whereas with Plain Street, those development changes are imminent, and as a result we wanted to make sure that that was part of the conversation around the 40k expansion.
Thank you, GM. Through to Councillor Gobbett.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor, and to the very point, I think highlights why we should not be specifying roads at this point in time to avoid those unintended consequences. The amendment in part 4 specifies Riverside Drive, East Perth. It's not entirely within East Perth, so that indeed would lead to inconsistencies. So I don't make decisions based on fear-mongering. I base my decisions on the best advice from the technically qualified city officers, namely the general manager behind me. I'm not satisfied at this stage that the advice from the administration supports excluding or including through additional points as they've been specified here. I'm entirely satisfied that the officer's recommendation as it appears through parts 1, 2 and 3 is sound enough to seek community feedback that will inform the best possible outcome. The advice indeed being from the broader areas lead to better outcomes, and I believe that Council is able to support this, and if we so choose at a later date to, based on feedback from our neighbouring local authorities, from statutory authorities potentially, and indeed from our community, that that is the appropriate time to be making any such amendments, not prior to community consultation. So I'll be voting against the amendment, but I will foreshadow that I will vote in favour of the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Would you like to have any more questions or close?
Yeah, I have a question. In the ABS, it was asked by me whether there were any changes made. And the response back was yes, there was changes made by councillors, specifically Fitzgerald Street and Wellington Street West. So if there's the consistency approach, why have we included certain changes before it goes to the public where it relates to only one area and not others? And if it's appropriate that we simply allow it to go to public consultation, I think Councillor Bevan pointed out that maybe we should have just had a fresh slate where there is no changes made by councillors.
Question, please.
And so the question is, why have there already been changes made by councillors when that is being used as a issue right now?
Okay, thank you for the question. Through the CEO.
And to the General Manager, Planning and Sustainability, please.
Thank you, CEO. Through the Deputy Lord Mayor, through the engagement sessions, which I believe there are a couple around this particular subject, the conversation did take place and a number of councillors put forward their views around what should be excluded and what shouldn't be part of the consideration. Upon review of those, recommendations, the city officers formulated a bit of an approach to make sure, again, coming back to that question of consistency around what the city has got control over as to what the city hasn't, looking at some of those activation elements and where we actually can have that conversation without unreasonable expectations of the expansion of the actual speed zones. So that's how it was sort of formulated over time. It certainly isn't a final position in any sense of the word, and it's really about a point in time to then be able to have that conversation with the community around the appetite to expand the zones through the various neighbourhoods, at what point and at what stages they'd like to see that happen. So we are delving into all those elements. It's not just do you accept this or don't you accept it. We are going to be asking questions around where, what stages, what are the sorts of elements that you'd like to see, etc. And of course, part of that conversation will be with all the relevant agencies, as was mentioned, as well as our neighbouring councils who are also adopting a consultation approach at this point in time.
Councillor Bevan.
I have a question, please, Deputy Lord Mayor. I have another plan here, which seems to be an updated one, and it appears that Riverside Drive up to Victoria Street, I believe, is Governor Street.
Governor's Avenue.
Governor's Avenue, thank you very much, is now excluded. Is that correct?
Through to the CEO.
And through to the General Manager, Planning and Sustainability.
Thank you, CEO. Through the Deputy Lord Mayor, I just referenced that change, and that has been excluded to be consistent with point 9 of the council report, which talks about some major roads with little roadside activation are being excluded from the 40k an hour proposal, such as the eastern section of Riverside Drive past Governor's Avenue and Kings Park Road. While these roads are not being proposed to be reduced to 40 kilometres an hour, it does not exclude them from being reviewed for a speed limit adjustment to align with the broader road safety objectives of lowering speed roads on our roads.
Thank you, GM. I have a question from Councillor Gobbard on the amendment to the community consultation on 40 kilometre speed limit expansion.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. And the question relates to a statement that Councillor Gonsalves made in inference that an elected member made a change. It's my understanding that would be a Regulation 9 breach. Can I just clarify that no elected member has made a change and that the administration has made the change?
Thank you for the question. Through to governance.
Through you, Deputy Lord Mayor. Yes, that's correct. No councillor has made a change. What Councillor Gonsalves may be referring to is if a suggestion is made or an idea is brought to a non-decision-making forum, if the administration agrees and supports that notion, they may include it in their recommendation.
Brilliant, thank you. No second inquiry.
Thank you. Councillor Bevan, did you have a question? No, thank you. Councillor Coe, if you got a question.
Hey, hello. Okay, so I've just had another good look at this, and I can see that actually the amendment itself may actually not be needed. The only thing it doesn't include is Plain Street to be excluded. Looking at the map here, it looks like it does actually include Broadway, that little pocket of Crawley, and it does also include Hampton Road, if I matched up Google Maps correctly. The only thing I have is, can I foreshadow that if this amendment doesn't go ahead, I would like Newcastle Street be included in the review.
Could I just ask a question? It was pointed out last week as a question whether that hazy area around Broadway and at that time Newcastle Street meant that it was in some kind of ambiguous situation. Newcastle Street was then updated to indicate that it's not included. So I took the advice that that would also apply to Broadway, but it would be good to know that whether Broadway
is this a close?
Same.
Is this a close?
It's a question. It's a question to, on the basis of what was just asked.
So what's the question?
The hazy aspect around, well, the hazy graphic around Broadway in Crawley was the same situation at the ABS, where Newcastle Street was also left hazy, and then we were advised that no, the haziness didn't necessarily indicate either way, and then they were clarifying that Newcastle Street.
Still a statement, mate. What's the question?
And the question is Broadway in the same situation as Newcastle Street, where it is not included, because that was what was indicated for Newcastle?
I think the idea that we're looking at the maps and picking streets off the map, I don't think that's the crux of what we're doing here. We're actually going to community consultation. It's not for us to be picking streets willy-nilly, even though we all have ideas on what streets that we want to be included and excluded. I think it's for our officers
it's not to
and
pick,
main roaders.
It's to understand what we're approving. The map is
We're approving
indicative,
community consultation.
and there's in the ABS, it was updated to clarify around Newcastle Street. And the question is there any update clarification around Broadway?
Okay.
Because it's in the same situation as Newcastle was last week.
Through the CEO to the GM, please.
And to the General Manager, Planning and Sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO. Through the Deputy Lord Mayor, I can confirm that Newcastle was excluded on the basis that we wanted to be consistent in our approach with the City of Vincent, because they had identified that they would exclude Newcastle as well. So obviously from a communication point of view, and for those responding to Newcastle Street on either side of the road, we wanted to maintain some level of consistency in communication across the two councils. That's the first point. And the second point re Broadway is that it has not been excluded. It is part of the conversation around the expansion.
Okay, thank you, GM. What we're going to do now, councillors, we're going to close at this juncture. If we individually have any questions, we're all able to go to the community consultation. So, would you like to close? It's your motion.
Sorry, we're at the main motion. So I think this, we've heard that Riverside Drive is part of Riverside Drive is included. We've heard that we want to go to community consultation. We've heard that there have been changes at Wellington Street West and Fitzgerald Street. And so it's for us to give guidance to the community and reassurance that these streets are what we're looking at, and that Plain Street and Riverside Drive, and also the ones that boundary are being looked at. I think without that guidance and direction from council, I think community may be concerned. So I think this amendment is worthy of going forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that, councillor. What we will do, we'll put that to the vote. Those in favour of the amendment, say aye. Okay. So we've got Councillor Bevan and Councillor Gonsalves. Those against? Okay, that motion has been lost. What we'll now return to is the original motion. Do we have anyone that would, sorry, Councillor Leeser, did you actually speak to that motion to begin with? Okay, fantastic. So we basically put that to debate, for and against. Would anyone like to speak for and against the original motion, which is to approve the community consultation of the expansion of the 40-kilometre speed zones?
Deputy Lord Mayor, I'd like to move a procedural motion under 12.1D that the motion be now put.
Okay, and we've got a seconder for that. So let's put that to the vote. Those who are in favour: Councillor Gobbett, Councillor Wellard, Councillor Bevan, of the original motion, which is to go to community consultation. Councillor Doshi. Okay, so that's all carried. Thank you very much. So that has now been carried. Okay, now we move to
I just
item...
clarified that was the point of order, and we now need to actually pass the substantive motion. We passed the point of order to put the motion, we now have a unanimous majority there, but we actually, in effect, have created two votes where there should have been one.
All right, all right. Well, that's fine. Just to make it nice and simple, let's put the original motion to the vote. Those in favour? Thank you very much. That's carried. Okay. All righty. Item 11.2 has been carried on block. Item 11.3 has been carried on block. Item 11.4 has been carried on block. Item 15.1 has been carried on block. Item 15.2 has been carried on block. We now move to item 16.1, the events plan for 25-26. Councillor Coe has a proximity interest and will be required to leave the chamber. Councillor Gobbett has an impartiality. He can stay. Councillor Wellard, impartiality. Would anyone like to move the motion? Councillor Leeser. Anyone would like to second it? Councillor Wellard. Would you like to speak to the motion, Councillor Leeser?
Thank you, Chair. I support the motion to accept the proposed events plan for the coming year. From festivals celebrating our diverse heritage to captivating art events that ignite the imagination, this calendar promises to infuse our city with a big dose of fun. Crucially, this diary prioritises family-friendly events and ensures that Perth remains a welcoming and inclusive space for all ages. By approving this diary, we're not just endorsing events, we're investing in the heart and soul of Perth, ensuring its vibrancy shines brightly for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Leeser. Would the second Councillor Wellard like to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. I echo the comments just made. It's a great program to celebrate many facets of our community over the summer period, and it's good to have a calendar this early in the year to work against. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wellard. Would anyone like to speak for and against the motion?
Just like to ask a question.
Yes, that's fine. Go.
Thanks. So on the events plan, we heard last week that there was some ambiguity around the table that it lists out the events. I just want to ask whether, for clarity, for the community's sake, that this event plan has a First Nations and multicultural event that highlights our ongoing commitment to include Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders as per the Reconciliation Action Plan.
Thank you for the question. Through to the CEO.
Thank you very much, Deputy Lord Mayor. To the General Manager, Engagement and Activation, please.
Thank you, CEO. Through you, Deputy Lord Mayor. Yes, I can confirm that on page 241. It does highlight the Elizabeth Key shows in November and speaks specifically to the First Nations focus in that event, the multicultural show.
And follow-up
Thank
question.
you, GM. Through to Councillor Gonsalves for a follow-up question.
Yeah, I mean, it's great that it says multicultural show EQ 2 nights. Is there a reason why First Nations isn't specifically specified?
It is in the description below.
Any other questions for and against? All right, let's move this one to the vote. Before we do that, would you like to close, Councillor? Okay, those who are for, Councillor Gobbard, Councillor Wellard, Councillor Bevan, Councillor Doshi, Councillor Leeser, myself and Councillor Gonsalves. Councillor Coe can come back into the room if someone can grab him, please. Welcome back. Okay, now we move to item 16.2, the Heritage Adaptive Reuse Grant. We have a impartiality disclosed by Councillor Lisa. Would anyone like to move the motion? Councillor Gobbard, why am I doing that? It's tired. It's because you're next to Wellard, that's what it is. Councillor Lisa, as the seconder, would you like to speak to the motion? Councillor Lisa, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Chair. You know, from the gorgeous Victorian Gothic facade of the Perth Town Hall to the modernist lines of this building, our council house, Perth has architecture to excite the history buffs and lovers of design. So let's hope some of these people get interested in this grant in the next year. I'm really happy that we have this grant. I'm happy that we've expanded the area for the grant, but it is a little bit sad that nobody's used it yet. So I'm really happy to support this grant for another year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lisa. Would anyone like to speak for or against the motion?
I'll speak for.
You will speak for?
Thanks. I think to reiterate Councillor Lisa's words, that it's a real opportunity that this grant is now being expanded in scope. It's a real signal from the city that we do support heritage and that we welcome community involvement in making sure that our city has a strong heritage legacy that we can hold for future generations.
Okay, thank you very much. I think what we'll do now is we'll put that motion to the vote. All those in favour? That's unanimous. We'll pass that through. Moving on to 17.1, which is the review of Policy 2.17, legal representation. This motion has been carried on block. 17.2 has been carried on block. On to 17.3, which is the local law review, adoption of the City of Perth Dog Local Law 2025. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Lisa, seconder. Councillor Bevan. Councillor Lisa, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Chair. For many of us, dogs are not just pets. They are part of the family. They're our fur family. One of the key benefits of this policy is the improved clarity around the off-leash spaces. By clearly designating areas where dogs can run free and socialise, we are supporting responsible pet ownership while minimising conflicts in shared spaces. These updates will provide dog owners with certainty while also ensuring that non-dog owners feel comfortable and safe when enjoying our parks and open spaces. As a city surrounded by incredible beauty, we also have to balance the need of pet owners and with the preservation of our environment. And we must remember these updates will help protect our kangaroos and other wildlife from unnecessary harm while maintaining the city's biodiversity. This review is a win for dog owners, wildlife and the broader community. I urge my fellow councillors to support these changes and continue to build a city that values all members of our community, whether they walk on 2 legs, 4 paws or hop on 2 feet. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. It's getting late. Councillor Bevan, would you like to speak to the motion?
It's all been said. Thank you.
Actually, before we go to close, would anyone like to speak for or against Councillor Doshi?
Thank you, through you, DLM. I absolutely support Councillor Lisa with her comments regarding this policy. However, I would like to just get some clarification from the administration in regards to the difference between parks where dogs are allowed on the leash and parks that are not, where dogs are not allowed off the leash, because there is a lot of confusion within the East Perth community, especially around the Wellington Square area, as to whether dogs can or cannot be on a leash. So if we could just get some clarity, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Through to the CEO.
Thank you. If I could ask the Manager Governance to respond, please.
Through you, Deputy Lord Mayor. The ethos of the Dog Act is that the whole of the state of WA is a dog on leash area, unless somebody, a body, a council, a government determines that it is not. So the areas that the city, the council has determined that to be off leash areas are listed on the website. If you go to the dog off leash areas in the website, there's a clear list of all of those areas that are designated as off-leash. Everything else, by default, is on-leash.
Thank you, Governance.
Thank you. Any other questions on this motion? Would you like to close? Okay, thank you very much. Let's put this one to the vote. All in favour? That is fully carried. Thank you very much. Now we move on to 17.4, which is the appointment of the Western Australian Electoral Commission to conduct the City of Perth 2025 ordinary election. Can I have somebody to move? Councillor Gobbett, someone to second. Councillor... I did look at you first, but I'm so scared. Oh, I don't know. I think I might have saw... All right, Councillor Gonsalves, I'm going to regret that. It doesn't really matter. Mover, would you like to speak to the motion? Seconder, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thanks. It's, I think, important to note that the community needs to have confidence in our election commission, and the one key plank of achieving that is by reappointing the Western Australian Electoral Commission. While there have been a lot of issues with other maybe state election or others, it is with the highest regard that the processes at the Western Australian Electoral Commission have served us well as a local government. They've been able to inspire and give confidence to the community that their vote, every single vote, matters.
I think we all concur with that. Would anyone else like to speak for or against the motion? Okay. Councillor Leeser.
Thank you, Chair. The costs of elections always seem really large, especially when the local government election cycle is every 2 years. I have no wish to burden the ratepayers with extra costs, and at the same time I would like an elected Lord Mayor as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Coe.
This is more a question, like who else will be running an election besides the WA Electoral Commission? Who else will do it? I'm just
think
curious.
we know that answer, but I'll pop that through to the CEO.
We would have to run it ourselves, Councillor.
Councillor Doss, you had a question.
It kind of was a very similar question to Councillor Coe, so I guess the next bit I would ask to that is, if you were to run it yourself as the administration, what would be the cost implications and the risk involved based on what we've seen with the state government elections only in the last 4 weeks?
Through to the CEO.
I might ask the Manager Governance to respond to that. Thank you very much.
Through you, Deputy Lord Mayor. The city simply does not have capacity to run its own election. So we haven't assessed any of the risks or the consequences. We simply don't have the capacity to do that. It would involve employing people just to cover the election and far more.
Any other questions?
I do have a question myself.
Okay, thank you.
I've been around for a long time. I've lived in the city for 24 years now, so there's been a lot of elections that come and have gone. And I did note that this, in the recommendations, we're asking the WA Electoral Commission to run a postal election. But it comes up quite a bit from time to time about people being able to simply cast their vote at Council House in person, whether that be on the day, a few days before, or the day of. So I wanted to get advice from the administration whether that is still possible under this, or what. Yeah, and I do recall that it seemed to be possible in other elections.
Thank you. Through to the CEO.
And to the Manager Governance. Thank you.
Through you, Deputy Lord Mayor. So it is possible. It's kind of a little bit of a convoluted process because we send out the voting papers and people can return their voting papers either by post or they can drop them in the box that we keep in the foyer. Alternatively, if a person doesn't receive their papers or they lose them or they're damaged, then they can come into the administration. We'll reissue papers. They can vote there and then and drop them into the box.
And just on that reissuing, is there the case, are any other local governments doing both postal and in person where there's not necessarily the reissuing, it's just simply people walking in and casting their vote? I know there's a bit of a distinction there, but I just thought I'd ask, is that the dual possibility ever something we could do in the future?
Through you, Deputy Lord Mayor. The WAEC have made it a condition of running our election that it would be via postal vote, and no, I'm not aware of any other local governments that do either in-person voting or a mixture of the two.
Just to clarify, it's a condition of the Local Government Act or from where?
Through to governance.
Through you, Deputy Lord Mayor. It was a condition of the quote that provided by WAEC that the election would be held as a postal election.
Okay, do we have any more questions? Mover, would you like to close?
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. Nothing further.
Okay, let's put that to the vote. Those who are for?
Just clarify, I thought I was moving it.
No, you didn't move it.
Okay.
It was, so those who are for? That's unanimous. Thank you. That's been carried. Item 18.1 is being passed en bloc. We move to item 20, matters for which the meeting may be closed. There are no matters for which the meeting may be closed. Urgent business. Moving on to item 20, there are no items that have been consented to be raised in accordance with clause 14.4 of the City of Perth Standing Orders Local Law. There being no further business, I would like to take this moment to thank everyone for their patience. It was a big one tonight. Lots of questions. There was everything. There was motions, you name it, petitions. So I just want to thank you all for your patience. Thank you all to the councillors for your efforts in putting in considered questions and considered arguments. And with that, I now declare this meeting closed at 8:55. Thank you very much.
Please all rise for the Deputy Lord Mayor of Perth, Mr Bruce Reynolds.